So I'm going to call the meeting of the Planning Commission Thursday, March 21st to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Rodriguez, Newt, oh,
Here.
did I say your name? Okay, Newton. Green. Fragoso. Here. Kierline.
Here.
Gonzalez-Parber. Here. Chair Swift.
Here. Okay, next item is the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any corrections or changes? If,
One request, if it doesn't throw a wrench in staff's schedule, I imagine this will be a late night, and if it gets to be, after 11:30, if we could postpone the fence regulation item for another day. I have a very early flight out in the morning, and we can see how it is when we get to that discussion item. Unless there's objections, would that throw your schedule off?
No.
so do you want to wait until we see how we are when we,
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Zipping along at 10 o'clock, we can do it.
okay. Do I have a motion on the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda with the exception of perhaps postponing discussion item number 5 should the evening get late, like past 11.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? So I'm going to read the meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has a responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. We'll now have public comments on non-agenda items, and anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the commission may do so now. Please state the matter on which you wish to speak. Matters not appearing on the commission's agenda will not receive action at this meeting but may be referred to staff for a future meeting. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission chair. Persons are not required to give their name or address, but it's helpful for speakers to state their name for the record and whether or not they are a Fairfax resident in order that the secretary may identify them. So if anyone has comments during public comment on non-agenda item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close public comments. Consent calendar, there are no items scheduled for the consent calendar, so we'll go to our first public hearing item, which is 200 Toyon Road, application 1903.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay. So this item was continued from the February 21st, 2019 commission meeting, where the commission directed the applicant and staff to provide them with the following additional information and to obtain project review comments from the Fairfax Tree Committee and the Open Space Committee. 1, provide a drawing showing the locations of the required sewer, water, power, and cable extensions, including locations of any required maintenance access covers. And so the applicants have provided that and staff has provided that. Provide drawings, color elevations, including paint chip samples for at least 3 alternative house color palettes, and the applicant has provided that to you. And there's a copy over there in case the public wants to see them. Clarify in writing whether any landscaping is proposed. The architect has verified that no landscaping is proposed on the site. Have the owner address in writing his position on the suggested construction restriction to allow work only Monday through Friday, and the owner is willing to limit construction to Monday through Friday. You asked the architect to call out the maximum building height on the cross sections and height of the building above grade on the south elevation, and that has been done and provided to you. You asked the owner to address in writing whether he's willing to either dedicate or give the remaining acreage to the town as open space or dedicate it as an open space easement, and he is unwilling to do either of those. We also researched the town's ability to require an open space easement, and we believe it would be difficult to establish a proportionate nexus to make that a condition of approval. You asked the project engineer to analyze the impacts of the roadway extension on the neighbor's hillside below 183 Toyon, and the engineer did provide a description of how the retaining walls, the concrete, with drilled piers and tiebacks would make that hillside more stable, and the town engineer reviewed his review and agreed with his analysis of that situation. You asked the architect to describe the green building features that would be used in the project, and he has provided a sheet for you that lists them. You asked them to show how a future rainwater collection system would collect water from the roofs, and the applicant has eliminated the rainwater collection system from the proposal. You asked staff to determine an approximate amount that would be required for the roadway damage bond, and we asked our Public Works Department for a recommendation on that amount, and they recommended $25,000, that a $25,000 cash deposit be placed into an escrow account. They indicated that bonds are difficult to collect on. The amount would not be released until after the project is completed and any roadway damage is repaired to its pre-construction condition. You asked us to check with the Ross Valley Fire Department to verify that the existing hydrant has enough water pressure and is within an appropriate distance of the proposed house so that additional fire hydrants would not be required. And I checked with Rob Bastianen, and he believes that the fire hydrant that's at the midpoint of 181 Toyon Drive, which has a hydrant flow of 605 gallons per minute, was adequate to provide fire protection for the house. You asked staff to provide an expanded analysis of the geotechnical and hydrology reports, and we have done that, but we are not going to read it. It's kind of long. You asked us to provide the previous biologist and botanist surveys of the site, which we have done. You asked us to provide a further analysis of why the proposed project and roadway and utility extensions do not have the potential to lead to additional development on the property north and northeast of the site. So the proposed utility extensions will only extend to the house location. The property is made up of 9 assessors' parcels, but those were merged by the town in 1984 into one piece of property. So right now, the single parcel under the existing zoning has the potential for 1 single-family home and 1 accessory dwelling unit. The general plan designation for the site is 0.25 dwelling units per acre. So the applicant could apply to subdivide the parcel, but the most he could get would be 2 pieces of property with a single-family home on each and an accessory dwelling unit on each for a total of 4. That type of a subdivision on a hillside like this that's untouched and just has a path through it would most likely require an initial study and possibly an environmental impact report, which the town, it goes through numerous public hearings, and the town has the authority to either approve or deny such a proposal. So we believe that, the potential for, and on uphill is open space district, so that's doesn't have the potential for additional houses. You asked us to check with the attorney on the ability of the town to require 1 property owner to fully overlay the privately maintained portion of the road. The town can only require one one property owner to repair the damage they cause, but we can require the damaged areas to be restored to their pre-construction condition. We checked into the name of whether it's Toyon Road, Toyon Avenue, Toyon Drive, and we determined that the first set of assessor's maps after the town incorporated lists the roadway as Toyon Drive. The original subdivision listed it as Oak Road, so it wasn't even Toyon at that point. So we hope we changed it to Toyon Drive throughout the staff report and the resolution. We might have missed one or two, though. And the last thing you asked staff to do is to consider how to ensure that the owner pays a fair share of future private roadway and maintenance costs. So we looked into it. We called the County of Marin Public Works. We spoke with our Public Works. We spoke with our attorney. And the owners utilizing the privately maintained roadway can repair and enter into a shared private roadway maintenance agreement. That would set forth the parameters for the roadway maintenance, including the frequency of resurfacing, percentages different owners would have to pay of the maintenance depending upon how much of the road they use. We included a condition in the resolution indicating that the owner is required to participate in a roadway maintenance agreement if and when one is prepared and approved by the owners that share the maintenance responsibilities for this portion of Toyon. Okay, so the tree committee recommended approval of the proposed trees. We attached the Fairfax Open Space Committee's comments on the road. They came in on Friday when we were preparing the packet. I believe one of them will be here tonight to speak to it. Yeah, she's here. And so as we had recommended as we were going to recommend in February before we realized we had to wait for a couple reports, we are recommending that you approve application 1903 by adopting resolution number 2019-03, setting forth the findings and the conditions of approval. And I've given you a redlined copy of the resolution because I had forgotten to change road to drive on Toyon in a couple places, and where we reference the plans that are approved, we included a section to remind you that you have to pick a color scheme. You'll need to insert that if you decide to approve the project. And we amended under 2K, where we're requiring the applicant to prepare a drainage system maintenance agreement. One of the things that happens with these drainage systems is that subsequent owners, it changes hands, and then the new owners are not aware of the system, and they don't know that it requires maintenance on a certain annual basis. So we required the maintenance agreement, and it has to be signed by the owner, notarized, recorded at Marin County Recorder's Office with a recorded copy provided to the town prior to issuance of the building permit. And then, let's see. Then we added a condition 39 that all exterior lighting shall be of dark sky fixtures, direct the light downward and avoid unnecessary light seepage. The fixture cut sheet shall be included in the building permit submittal and be subject to the planning staff approval prior to issuance of the building permit. And there's a couple of other little changes, but you can read those on the copy that I placed in front of you. And that would conclude my report.
Thank you. So does Commission have any questions for staff? And I'll start on my right.
Linda, you went out of your way on this packet. I was really impressed with all the work that you did, so thank you very much for all the effort. I did have a couple of questions. One had to do with the report on biology and what in this case, it was a biologist who identified the Napa false indigo as being a threatened and endangered species with a high risk of extinction identified on the parcel, but there's no recommendation in the report. And then this graph is not legible, so I don't know where those 45 plants were relative to the lot. So that's my first question.
I'm going to have to look at this because my recollection is that the allegation was made that there was a Napa Blue Indigo based on the fact that one was found on the open space parcel above. And when they went out, you're saying that it says she found
This
it?
says here under results, which is Shelley Benson, biological consultant, page 1, results.
Hang on, I have to
Three
get there.
small patches of Napa false indigo were detected, each approximately 10 feet in diameter. All were within 100 feet of the footprint for the proposed Ross residence, and then it goes on.
I can't find mine now.
Okay, so
But that, staff, that would have been the application from 2017, which had the house further into the open area?
Yes, as the chair noted, that house was several hundred feet further along the fire road. So more than likely that put those patches, if they were within 100 feet of the proposed house location that was being reviewed in 2017, that would put it past the area of construction for this project.
She didn't recommend that it couldn't occur, but there was protection or relocation. Am I remembering it wrong?
so maybe we'll set that aside then for a minute.
Well,
The-
so what I would say is if someone has evidence that this location, which has experienced more disturbance and is closer to the area of the path that is used on a regular basis, that there's any Napa false blue indigo there, you can request that that report be provided prior to issuance of the building permit. But as noted, this site was well into the undisturbed area of the property and beyond the other house.
Okay, thank
So-
you. The second question had to do with the tree report. Then I identified a number of trees that were going to be affected, but do you know what the species of those are, or whether they're part of the, it says the proposed development would remove 26 native trees. Presumably, all trees will be removed are heritage trees, but then it doesn't say the size or their type. And then it goes on to say that no mitigation for the tree removal is proposed. And so is that, do you know what the size and type are? And did you then agree with that no replacement mitigation?
So it should be on the, they don't have a tree plan?
Briefly, as your commission is well aware, the site is heavily wooded. And so I know that a number of those trees are to be removed at the behest of the fire department. So it's not even as though there's something in the vicinity of the house that would be available for additional plantings. I can't speak to any other
Yeah, I don't-
recommendation.
Okay, I found my page. Yeah, I doubt the fire department would want those replaced.
Okay.
You know, and in many years ago, we would always require replacement trees, but that's not standard any longer now that we have such high, this is in the wildland, well into the wildland urban interface area.
Right. Despite, being in a priority conservation area. Okay, and so on the retaining walls, those are going to be designed at the building permit stage then, right? Okay.
Right, there's preliminary drawings, but the actual construction drawings of the house and the road will be provided at the building permit stage.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
okay.
Mimi?
Thank you. I realize that the Open Space Committee's report came in, after you guys had already spent time working on the packet. But since then, have you had a chance to look at the goals from the general plan that they laid out? Because, we have these whereas clauses in this resolution that don't seem to address any of those. And I was wondering if you thought a little bit about how we might address some of those.
You guys can add anything you want to the resolution. We did investigate it, and our investigation revealed that, there's no real way to require this to be open space, even though that's what the Open Space Committee indicates. But let me find their report and take a look at it again.
Yeah, if you look at page 3 of their report, they have...
Do you remember which attachment number of the 10 or so that it was? The last one, okay. Yeah, so my last one seems to be the...
Yeah, so on page 3, they lay out 4 different goals from the open space element that they organize their report to kind of track.
Yes, okay, so now it's all coming back to me. Sorry, it's been rather a hectic week. So, this is their opinion, but the first one, we provided you with a table showing you the FAR of this house, and this house really is not that large considering it's on a 10.9 acre parcel. There are other homes around it that are, that have a higher FAR. Let's see, to avoid future development of undeveloped parts of the property, a perpetual and enforced dedication for private open space. You want to handle that one?
Well, I believe Planner Neal already addressed that issue, that there has to be nexus and proportionality, and that staff investigated that possibility. And with a single-family residence being proposed, there is no such nexus. In terms of the other general plan goals, I think if you look at those, the open space access is being preserved. In fact, some might say it's being enhanced with the provision of public parking for the first time. And in terms of the open space qualities of the lot, the applicant has made very substantial progress in reducing the visual and other development-related impacts of this project in staff's opinion. Certainly, also the commission did not seem to think that the general elements of the proposed design were problematic, although you did have a number of questions about it. So it's a question of balancing, and we acknowledge and respect the Open Space Committee's input in terms of being advocates for open space, but that's pretty much their purview. And then when we look at balancing that against what the applicant has to be allowed to do at some level, we believe that this is a reasonable project given those considerations.
But anyway, so for the Napa Falls indigo and the northern spotted owl, I think it's within your purview to require that an updated report for the existing house location be provided prior to issuance of the building permit, and that if they identify nests or plants, that any recommendations they make for either relocating them or protecting them become conditions of approval. The thing about replacing the trees, I just don't, as a staff person, I don't think that that's necessary. I think there's so many trees on the site, I mean, you could require that if you wanted to. Let's see, noise pollution. So he's already agreed to only work Monday through Friday. The federal law will not allow him, if he's within if they do find a northern spotted owl nesting site and the house is within a quarter of a mile of it, they will not be able to build during the nesting season. They'll be in violation of federal law. So I think that covers that.
Through the chair, what is the nesting season?
Kara?
I believe it's the springtime.
February through
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Well, I have it back in my office, but my head is so cluttered with numbers, you guys, that I have a hard time. No more numbers in my brain. And I believe they have actually worked to preserve the access to the public trail. They're providing 2 parking spaces, and they are grading the path to connect up with the existing pedestrian trail.
Is that stated in the staff report? I don't remember seeing
It's on the
that.
plans, and they have to build per the approved plans.
Okay, is it in one of the conditions?
There's a condition that cites the plans that are, the pages of the plans and the dates on the plans, and that's a condition that they build per those plans. They reiterate that the neighbor at 183 is concerned about the stability of the hillside, but it's an unretained cut right now, and it's going to be retained, so I think we addressed that. And they're encouraging the town to conduct its own investigation into the geology and the hydrology. We don't have the staff or the funds to do that for private projects. The way we do it is the applicant's engineers provide the reports, and we have our own engineers. Their job is to ensure that the town's liability, that the town is protected, and they review all the reports with a very critical eye. If they don't feel that the project can be built safely, then they recommend continuance until the applicants present enough information to make them feel comfortable that this isn't going to create any problems for any neighboring properties. And I think the last one, my previous answer addresses that. We already have 2 sets of engineers and hydrologists and surveyors reviewing all the preliminary plans. They'll be reviewed again at the building permit stage by another set of engineers at Coastal and Engineering, and again by Miller Pacific. So you have multiple reviews.
Thanks.
Questions for staff on my left? I had one question going back to the repair of damaged roads. So when I looked at Toyon Drive, there's I think it's where the closest fire hydrant is. There's cuts in the roadway where there was.
I think someone
Right.
else's sewer lateral repair.
Right. So that's there, but from that fire hydrant up to the end seems pretty clean. There's no cut-ins. The plans show that the utilities end at that fire hydrant, so there's going to have to be a cut-in on the roadway up to the house that would be left like that other one is, patched, and not like the roadway is now. So when we talk about repairing the road, the damaged road, and bringing it back to what it was before, does repaving that over what would be cut in fall under that damage, so that would have to be repaved by the applicant?
Yes. We believe that it can require that. That's why we said restore it to the pre-construction condition.
Thank you. If no other questions for staff, I'll ask if the applicant wants to make any comments at this time.
We don't want to make any comments, but tonight we have Dan Hughes, the civil engineer of the project, here tonight, and I'm Jerry Freight, the project architect, so we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for Mr. Freight at this time?
I have a question, thank you. So all I saw in the packet was a geoengineering report. I didn't see anything regarding hydrology or drainage, but I did see in the staff report where it talks about, well, Linda just mentioned it, about the maintenance agreement. And also, I guess, could you just talk a little bit about your hydraulic analysis? So you're going to connect to the storm drain then, and you just did a 100-year capacity on the existing storm drain, and then you're just going to connect, there's not going to be, I was concerned just about drainage.
Well, I'm going to pass that question on to Dan.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Hughes with DVC Group. We did a preliminary hydraulic analysis, and when we get to building permit, we will do a final hydraulic analysis. The plan right now is to take any of the storm water that lands on impermeable surfaces, the driveway, the rooftops, and pipe them and route them to dissipators, which is a long storm drain pipe that the water will store. We will put storage mechanisms, oversized pipes, vertical pipes in the ground that will store the increased runoff and allow it to slowly percolate out and dissipate in a sheet flow manner to match the existing drainage patterns.
So then maybe going back to the geotechnical engineer's report, what we have in here is a very general report where it talks about we've got slopes of between 50 and 70%, but there are no special stability concerns, and it doesn't, it talks about future retaining walls, but no recommendations on the special foundational requirements or any history on whether there has been slides on this property or off-site. Do we know that, or?
Well, a full geotechnical analysis was done.
Oh, okay. So it's just
Has
not
been
in-
done, and it was peer reviewed by Miller Pacific Engineering, which
Okay.
is the city's city's engineer and their geotechnical consultant. So they have both reviewed the report and the civil plans.
So going back to just generally, was the conclusion to the Miller Pacific reviewed geotechnical report, did it talk about the site having slides or no?
That I don't, I'm the civil engineer, I'm not the geotech. Miller Pacific is the city's geotechnical engineer.
I understand they're the third-party reviewer. So.
Yeah, so our geotech, I don't know, I can't speak to that.
So maybe going back to the architect, because of the proposed drainage of being the dissipator type, and this question about whether there are slides on the property, do we know what the original report had?
The soils engineer actually climbed down the slope with the engineer prior to Miller Pacific, and they both went down the slope and looked at all the ground all the way down to the end, and he didn't find anything that would cause any alarm for any future slides, and I believe that's in one of his letters. I think we have a number of soil engineer reports and stuff. But Miller Pacific then looked at that again when they became the new town's engineering firm that reviews this, and they thought everything was good. I mean, Bob Sudgas has been doing the soils engineering in Marin County for, I've known him, I've been having them do my projects for 35 years. Never had a problem with anything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll just add that, yes, it was Ray Rosinski that pretty much crawled all over the hillside with the project engineer.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. I'm now going to open it up to public comment.
My name is Susan Pascal-Baran. I'm with the Fairfax Open Space Committee. I'm the chair presently, and I'm here to present and answer questions on the memorandum drafted since our last meeting. It was done using input from our committee and members of the public on the proposed development of the priority conservation area at 200 Toyon Drive. I have a bullet list of 12 recommendations, many of which you've already addressed here, but I'd like to go over them briefly and hit a few harder than others. Number one, the proposed development is still too big and needs scaling down further, especially the deck at 1,700 square feet. And you have the house at 2,700 square feet, and then the garage just under 600. No future development of the rest of the property should occur. It needs to be protected by a perpetual and enforceable condition or dedication of the property to open space with the noted exceptions in our memorandum. Number three, a new survey needs to be done of the rare Napa false indigo by an expert who can speak to its protection. Number four, very importantly, a 2017, which you've already noted, and we have included a map, survey found the proximity of the northern spotted owl habitat. Local residents have been reporting hearing it call. So this needs to have a new survey. It is imperative that a new survey be done by an expert who can also speak to its protection. And I Googled, the nesting is indeed early spring to late fall. To early fall. Number five, soil erosion, habitat loss, and visual resources impacted by the removal of the trees need to be addressed. Our committee recommends replacing with native trees. Number six, many of the trees currently are hiding the story poles, and we learned this from a resident who came to our meeting. And so it's not clear what the visual impact will be. So we on the committee wanted to recommend that you do have a visual resource expert come and assess what kind of impact it will occur once the trees are removed. Number seven, conditions need to be imposed on the detrimental impacts that continuous and large-scale construction would create. Those are including noise pollution, nocturnal lights, human activity, inorganic and toxic construction materials. Number eight, very importantly, preservation of public trail and parking spaces must be ensured through perpetual and enforceable means, such as the dedication of the trail as public by way of a recorded instrument. We really would like to push that one. Number nine, the undeveloped portion of the property needs to be managed in perpetuity through enforceable mechanisms with a plan to preserve and protect native species. Number 10, the natural qualities of the property should be more thoroughly evaluated by an expert, along with a plan to mitigate negative material effects on it. Number 11, the area is prone to landslides, floods, and wildfires, as you have noted. Significant grading on a steep slope can reduce stability, along with increasing other risks. The town should have an expert assess its hydrology and geology, and I know you've already done that, but I really want to push that it be absolutely thorough. Number 12, the committee recommends that the town use experts in investigations independent of those by the owner. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the Commission, I'm Carl Deal. I'm one of the neighbors at 156 Toyon Drive. My next door neighbor, Rich Behrens, and his wife are both laid up with the flu, unfortunately, and couldn't be here, but they were here for your last meeting. And Dr. Bedoni and Dr. Perro, unfortunately, are both working, so they're not here, but they have expressed to you already their concern primarily with the condition of the road, and I think that's the thing I really most want to address with you. This is a relatively fragile road that has not, to my understanding, really does not meet the kind of construction standards that a road that would be constructed in today would meet. It was put in at least 50 years ago, and there is very little preparation of the subsurface, and it, I believe, is much more fragile than a road would be if it were constructed today. So that the possibility of real damage to this road and subsequent loss of access, particularly for the residents further up from our house, is a very real possibility, and we saw that happening on Madrone Drive. If that does in fact happen, the costs could be very substantial. And my understanding is that the Department of Public Works, the director, recommended a deposit of $25,000. I'm afraid that is not going to do anything to repair a road. I believe, in my understanding, the construction or the reconstruction of the road on Madrone was something over $200,000, and the town eventually had to contribute or decided to contribute to that. So I really
Just a
would urge.
question.
Yes.
Do you mean Madrone Road?
Yeah. And that road was out of commission for many, many months and impacted access of the residents beyond that road break. So I really would strongly urge you to require a much higher bond or deposit of this. I understand that we have a remedy in the courts, but that is slow and expensive and difficult. A deposit of money, of cash, is a much better remedy to address that situation. And just quickly, I want to reinforce what the previous speaker said about the removal of trees. My understanding is that something like 40 trees, is that correct, Linda, are going to be removed? Is that the current plan?
I'll have to check my staff report. I
I
have
know,
4 staff
numbers
reports going
are
here with
flying
2
around.
houses, okay?
A very substantial number of trees.
Let me check.
I believe this commission really does need to address, first of all, the loss of stability on the hillside caused by the removal of so many trees, and secondly, the absence of landscaping, which will make this make this house stand up much more for those people who live on the opposite side of the gully. I believe that was addressed at your previous meeting as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brian McCarthy. I reside at 183 Toyon Drive, which is adjacent to where the new construction will be happening. The gentleman before me sort of stole my thunder on the road, so I won't bore you anymore with that, but I totally agree. That road is narrow, it is not well constructed, and I'm hoping that it will bear up under the weight of concrete and steel trucks and every other thing. And I know to replace that road, a $25,000 bond is, laughable. I think it would be more in the hundreds of thousands. And we've seen that happen at Cypress Road and other places in Fairfax. Anyway, my main concern this evening concerns the zoning of the property. I think we can all agree that that property is a sensitive piece of environmental disaster waiting to happen. I think that, if I understand it correctly, it is currently zoned for 1 house, 1 parcel, with the possibility of changing the zoning and developing other sites on that property. In my opinion, and just my opinion, it goes directly in the face of the Fairfax general plan. I don't believe that the founders had in mind replacing trees and trails with asphalt and steel and retaining walls. I think what we're looking at is the possibility of a small development happening on a very sensitive piece of property. And I would like to know if there is any protection that we can have that will keep the present zoning in perpetuity, so that in 3 months, or let's say in 2 years' time, the owner decides that he wants to develop that area. I would like to know if there's any recourse that we have to keep the area and the zoning to one house on one parcel. That is my question, that is my concern, and I believe you'll hear more about that from other folks. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bruce and Lynn McDermott, 53 Ridge Road. So we face south and west and look on to this development. First, just a question that other people have raised about the $25,000 bond, not bond, cash deposit. And yes, it is small, it is a rounding error. Is that just for the road itself? Or is that?
That's for roadway damage. That's not there's also a completion bond requirement that's early on in your resolution. That's on top of this roadway damage. And they recommended that it not be a bond, that it be put in an escrow account.
The reason I ask is I grew up, my father ran the surety and bonding division for a large insurance company for 35 years. And I know when you've got a project that's going to cost $1 million or $2 million to build on a hillside lot, through all kinds of weather, there's lots of things that can happen, and I'm hoping that there are sufficient surety bonds. Just want to raise that issue. Also wanted to ask about the story poles. You know, we can see the top of 1 or 2 story poles, just the red flag, but we really have no idea what this will entail for us looking across at it. That's a 2,700 square foot house and maybe another 1,500 of decks and a garage. There's just no way to know. So I know the purpose of story poles are for everyone, and we're talking about maybe hundreds of houses and public facilities down in Fairfax, but no one can really see it with the trees up now. And I'm not sure what can be done about that. Another point would be, I think I heard that the lighting is going to be pointing down. Is that during construction, or is that for the permanent house? Permanent, that is for the permanent house. It won't be glaring up, is that what? Okay. And thirdly, I just wanted to reiterate about the more development issue. It was stated earlier that if that were to happen, that would require an environmental impact study. Okay, well, Mr. Ross has, I think, owned this property since the early 2000s, and he has pursued this off and on over 15 or more years. So is it that big a deal to get an environmental impact study? And does that mean that if somebody wants to, they can build a total of 4 buildings if they do a successful environmental impact study? And what are we looking at then? That's a huge concern for all the neighbors on Ridge Road that face south, much less the local neighbors. And I also understand that regarding colors, that 3 other color samples have been submitted. I would love to see those sometime if that's possible. Okay, I didn't want to go over now and look at it, but anything?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Lynn McDermott. I wanted to thank the Fairfax Open Space Committee representative. She said pretty much what I wanted to say. I have learned a lot since this came to our awareness, because I'm very concerned about the owl and just protecting the environment. I spoke with Renee Cormier of Point Blue. She's very involved in owl protection in our area in Marin. I spoke with Barbara Salzman with the Marin Audubon Society. She's the president, I believe. I emailed Alex Godby with the Hungry Owl Project. I've worked with Alex on my own property, and she made some suggestions as to who to talk to. I understand Colleen Lenahan did the raptor study, but I would also urge the commission to require a current study done on raptors. It is a 2-year-old study. The project is several feet in a different direction. And when we lived on Toyon, we did hear owls. And my husband saw one sitting right close to the building site. So I did, oh, and I also talked to Wild Care, and they said, yes, definitely you need a current study, that it's really important because owls are migratory birds. I also spoke with, or I emailed Doreen Smith, who is the California Native Plant Society Rare Plant Chair, and she made suggestions too, and raised some questions, which I think Linda pretty much helped me with. So I do think it's important, both with the rare plants and with the owls, to get current data and make sure that we are protecting anything that's either rare or nesting. And so I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Rick Hamer, Bolinas Road. A couple of things in the order of emphasis here. The first thing is the open space access that is currently along a what some I've heard in the previous meeting called Paper Street. That street is not, in my experience, and I do have experience on both sides of this, benefiting from it, and on the other side, that does not mean it will be retained in perpetuity. There are methods that adjoining property owners can essentially acquire that property for their own private use and take it away from the subdivision plat, which originally platted it for the public, when it has not been dedicated to public use and it has not been dedicated to the public maintenance. So what we have here is a street which there's a large portion of it which has not been brought up to the appropriate standards. In other words, the pavement is not up to the appropriate standards. And my suggestion is to consider that this particular street be dedicated into the public maintenance program, which means it would have to be upgraded to whatever the public maintenance program specifies of the road as of 2018, or no earlier than the acquisition of the subject property, which apparently is in the early 2000s. The other thing that I've crossed paths with in other counties is this bond amount being, we've talked about private road maintenance agreements, and this $25,000 doesn't go very far with the road or in a private road association. And really, I don't think that's the solution. I think the only real solution for this road is to review, that the planning condition review the necessity to bring that road up to that parking area, the new public parking area, into the public maintenance program. Someone earlier brought up what's going to protect them from a subdivision going up there. Well, when a subdivision is platted, the California Subdivision Act requires that the utilities and access and other things are brought up to the current code, which again is no earlier than the acquisition of the current property owner, which again is up to 2000, which means that this the subdivision would have to be brought up to whatever codes existed as of 2000, which is probably something like a 50-foot right-of-way and quite a sizable road. So I think that's their protection for that. But I would really encourage the Planning Commission to request the staff to look into the feasibility of accepting this road into public maintenance, the easement, or I should say the private section of the road into a public maintenance program. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Gump, and I live on Toyon. And this is repetitious, but the owls and the trees were not able to be present tonight, so it's just one more voice speaking for them. I do hear the owl when I walk at night that is in the tree at the very beginning of Toyon, and those trees will be removed. And also, I think that when there's a hillside this steep, regardless of the drainage that's provided structurally, we need some tree roots. So I would ask that you ask the property owners to plant some trees. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I have one question that I think staff can clarify regarding the required bond and also the $25,000 cash escrow account. I'm looking at page 10 of the resolution under Public Works. Is this the resolution? Yes. Item 34, the $25,000 escrow account to be held until project final inspection and occupancy permit has occurred. And then item 36, the roadway damage bond must be submitted prior to issuance of the building permit. So are those, in fact, there's a bond and there's a cash deposit? Could you clarify, please?
Yeah, so if you would look at 2C, it's like a completion bond. Okay, that's a separate thing from the roadway damage bond, but it can also be used to repair roadway damage. So it says submit a cash deposit bond or letter of credit to the town in an amount that will cover the cost of grading, weatherization, and repair of possible damage to the public roadways. The applicant shall submit a contractor's estimate for any grading, site weatherization, and improvement plans for approval by the town engineer. Upon approval of the contract costs, the applicant shall submit a cash deposit bond or letter of credit equaling 100% of the estimated construction costs. So the $25,000 for the roadway, the private roadway section is on top of that, you know, the other one. So they're two separate requirements.
So if I can ask a question on top of that. So 2C talks about public roadways.
Right.
So can that be utilized for Toyon Drive?
You know, that's probably a legal question, unless, Ben, have you experienced this with the county?
Let me take a look at the condition.
Because the question goes to, as one individual mentioned, that if we're looking at $25,000 for repairs to Toyon Drive, that, and if there is a need to do more to Toyon Drive than the $25,000.
Yeah.
How is that?
I can only tell you my experience with the other property owner maintained roadways in the public right-of-way that have had issues in Fairfax, okay? Sometimes they go to the council if something happens that that, one person that's next to the road can't afford, right? And either an assessment district is created so that they, the town pays and then they get paid back out of their taxes, right? Sometimes the town agrees to contribute a portion of it. So I'm not a public works person, and I explained the whole situation to them, and they came up with that $25,000 amount. So, and they're all familiar with Toyon Road. I mean, it's not, it's not a street that they never go out and look at.
If I could just add that I believe you could amend condition 2C to simply say damage to roadways, so remove public. It seems like that there's a pretty similar circumstance there, whether somebody is damaging a public roadway. So that could be the bond. One of the challenges with asking for a lot of cash is that it takes away funding for the project at some point. So maybe a combination of the $25,000 cash placed in escrow, which that's a substantial sum that I would assume the applicant would be very anxious to recover at the end of the project. I would also point out that in condition 34, it talks about prior to final inspection. And that's the ultimate leverage that the town has, is that regardless of the amount we ask for in a bond or in a deposit, that the reality is that if the road's damaged, we have the ability and would likely withhold final inspection approval or a certificate of occupancy. So it doesn't do an applicant much good to complete a project and then hold off on finishing the road. We would be ensuring that were repaired.
Thank you. That's a good clarification, because that $25,000 figure is not a limit in any way.
That's correct.
May I follow up on that question? Presumably, the shared maintenance agreement that's a requirement under number 39 would be taken into consideration?
So this group of neighbors does not have a shared maintenance agreement. The last time they fixed and repaved the road, they just, they all volunteered to pay a share of it. We attached an example of an agreement that they could enter into should they want to going forward. We don't believe this project that you have the authority to force them to go into a shared maintenance agreement. We're just recommending that they might want to consider that. So in the future, after this project is over, right, if the roadway needs repair and they have an unwilling neighbor, if they're all in an agreement together, then they have the capability of forcing not just this owner, but other owners on this section of Toyon to pay their fair share of the maintenance.
Ideally, such an agreement would predate development. I am familiar with such agreements, and they work pretty well because it's a proportionate share. So the first house on the private pavement side obviously isn't going to be considered to be using the upper roadway portion very much and would be paying a smaller proportionate share. This house, being the new extension of Toyon Drive, would reasonably have the largest proportionate share. But the question is this is a formal mechanism. So what this condition does is say, should the neighbors enter such a mechanism, the applicant would be required to participate in that. So it not only addresses any project-related impacts in other conditions, but this would provide for future ongoing maintenance, should that be something that the neighbors get together and do.
Thank you. That's a good clarification and a terrific idea that might behoove the neighbors to develop prior to occupancy. I'm just saying.
Could you look at your revised number 38 in the new version?
Yes?
It just seems like, any. It's the word any.
So we're
Okay.
requiring him, if they do come up with one, that he has to enter and he has to agree to sign it. Yeah.
Any,
And so if we were to require a current survey of spotted owl nests and Napa false indigo, and it was determined that there were spotted owls nests close enough in the vicinity to warrant, halting construction during the nesting season, how do you reconcile that with the requirement that there be no construction between October 1 and April 1?
So, this has come up before, and I actually called the federal government about it, and they would have a very tight window to get their foundation and their framing and everything in, but once the house is framed, you are allowed to work inside the house. The noise is not that significant to disturb the nesting owl. So yeah, it might extend the construction, if they couldn't build fast enough, right? And they can't get enough done, they might have to stop during the nesting season and stop. So we have a grading prohibition, but that's usually just for the first year because they get the foundation in and the grading done. Then they would have to work around the spotted owl nesting season until they actually had the house framed and sided.
It seems to me if your nesting season is from February through September, which overlaps February to April, but, otherwise covers, almost all the way through October 1st. I mean, I don't know if your window is midnight, September 29th, or what you're talking about.
Well,
Isn't the date, excuse me, but isn't the season February to May? It doesn't go all the way through September, does it?
It's August, end of August. I got it wrong. It's not September. End of August.
But these are the challenges when you're developing a heretofore undeveloped, fairly high resource value site. Now, there was a prior spotted owl survey done. As Planner Neal suggested, it would be reasonable to require a survey prior to initiating construction were it to occur during the nesting and roosting season. So before any construction activity and disturbance occurs, you would get something that's very up to date. And were there a spotted owl discovered, it would constrain that timeline. It's also one of those things where the biologist could be going out there and monitoring that owl throughout that season and making sure when it is no longer frequenting the area.
I have a question I'm going to try to ask. Under, what am I looking at, page 4, the construction plan, can we add another line item for the size of the trucks that access that road? I keep hearing the concern about that road not being able to handle big loads. And so I see a lot of conditions, but I was wondering if that's something that could be added, like size of truck or number of trips on that road.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
Have a suggestion for the permitted size?
No, I do not. I was hoping that maybe Public Works could make a recommendation based on the size of the road and the retaining walls.
Okay, so you'll come up with some kind of wording for that condition when and if you take action to
yes.
approve it, okay.
any other comments? A question,
I found the number and speed and type of trees, if anyone's, that was back in the February report. That's why it was so difficult to find. Would you like to know?
Yes, please.
Okay. It's going to require the removal of 26 trees, 23 bay trees, and 3 oak trees, all of which are in poor to fair condition. The arborist also identified 3 other trees, bay trees, that are they're below 183 Toyon, between the proposed roadway wall, that might have to come out but we have a requirement that he be on site during grading. And so he's going to make the call in the field whether there's a way to build the wall, and not affect those trees in order to retain them, or whether they actually do have to come out. So,
And when you say he, the arborist?
Ray Moritz is the project arborist. I hope I'm right about that. I have two houses.
No, he is.
Yes, thank you. Okay, good.
I had a question on the construction hours. The applicant is willing to have that Monday through Friday, and as noted before, that would make the project go longer. If the neighbors were willing to do like Monday through Saturday and have Sunday off or that type of thing, how would we address that? Or
I heard the neighbors say they wanted it just during the week.
Okay.
But you might, well, that's what I remember them saying.
Okay, that's fine.
One thing that comes to mind, though, is if there is an owl survey and if there is the presence of owls discovered and it constrains the available time for exterior work, that might factor into further constraining it to Monday through Friday. I think it would be realistic to say in that situation you would let them go through Saturday because they don't have very many months to do that work.
Would that be an administrative decision, or are you saying that's something we should consider at this time?
If your commission just wants to provide direction on that, I don't know that we need to have that hammered out in a condition.
And then do you want Linda to address again the, and you've kind of talked about this before, about further housing behind that house and what would be needed to be done? So if you can, because that was a question.
I've been instructed to keep my responses brief, but this isn't necessarily a brief one. So the existing site is one piece of property. It's in the RS6 zone, but the RS6 zone has built into it a slope ordinance. So the minimum parcel size, when you have a 60% slope, is not a 6,000 square foot site. It's a very large amount. So the zoning, based on the slope of this property, would only allow someone to apply to subdivide into two parcels, right? But those the creation of those two parcels, I believe, based on the natural topography and the number of trees and how inaccessible it is, would require an initial study. And I think it would be difficult to prove that you weren't going to have a significant impact on the environment by further subdividing it. The town can't stop people from applying for whatever they want. Someone could come in and try to apply to change the general plan designation, but it would fly in the face of all the general plan policies, right? So I feel the town is on pretty safe ground, assuming that this is going to stay one piece of property. The other thing I wanted to say is the public path is in a public roadway easement. In order for the adjacent property owners, Marin County Open Space and Mr. Ross, to acquire those, the town would have to abandon our roadway easement, which requires action by the town council. They don't have to abandon it. So I think, the requirement to try to I understand that everybody wants the town to accept this portion of Toyon Road. That's a decision that's made by the council. Planning Commission can't make it, so. And the town doesn't usually take on new roads because we already have trouble maintaining the ones that we already have accepted.
Okay, another question I have is, do we have color chips? Or do we have the colors for the...
So you have a copied color chip on your color elevations, and the architect is supposed to have brought his color wheel or something.
Okay.
When they get close, you can see that it's a little different when the Xerox.
Right.
tries to-
You all want to see these? No? You see it? You guys? Okay. Well, Michelle.
Jerry, there was a, I think in the staff report, it was noted that white trim was proposed, which I guess can enhance the appearance from the visibility from far away. So would you like to propose an alternate to white trim? You can speak.
You know, I had a question to staff. And I had a question.
Commissioners, I think it would be appropriate if there's, yeah, sorry, Jerry, but
And I heard the question, so I had a concern about the white trim. At this point, if the commission wanted to choose a paint facade color and have the complementary trim color to be approved by the planning director, I think that would work because we would make sure it was something that, blended with the facade and wasn't such a stark contrast of the white trim with the.
Maybe someone can help me, maybe someone has found it, but I'm looking in the resolution on the conditions for the hours, the
not in
time, the time, construction timeline. You mean the Monday through Friday? Okay, so I guess that's something we should.
If I forgot it, then add it.
Okay, and then as part of that, I would like to maybe expand on Ben's comment about if it is discovered that there is spotted owl, that they can maybe ask for a written permission to extend those hours as necessary.
And I think it would be reasonable to ask for an updated report on the plants and the spotted owl, and it may be that the individuals that did those reports initially would be able to update those. And I would, before building permit.
I guess I'm feeling like the project's still not baked, sorry. My recommendation is that we continue this item to allow the special studies to be updated so we have a clear understanding of where the endangered plants are and whether there are owls and what are the recommendations regarding this physical building, that we have them address the roadway, and that our Public Works Department has an opportunity to look at what is the recommended truck size, is that feasible? Let the neighbors talk a little bit about what is that amount of escrow agreement, and whether they want to do a maintenance agreement or whether they want to approach the council about the town taking it over. I feel like the story poles need to be fixed so that the neighbors get a much better idea. Not that they get fixed, but that there be stronger material with color contrasting so that the neighbors can really understand the location of the building. That in the next packet that we have the details around grading and drainage and slide history, and that the resolution be modified in order to address a number of issues that I can tell you what I recommend in terms of changes, that it include the Monday through Friday schedule, that it address the light glare, that the material selection, like the Sherman-Williams sombrero with no white trim, be added, that a deed restriction for the open space access per the Open Space Committee be included with the public access component, that the community spoke about be added, that there be a 5-year contractual requirement on the drainage system maintenance be required, that the condition regarding trees, that an arborist be on site prior to the original construction equipment being put on site so that the tree protection is in place. And that's my recommendation.
Can I say something about the owls? If that's possible.
Let's hold off on that for now. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Does anyone else feel that they're not comfortable with this at this point?
Through the chair, it's also a matter of the timing with staff and what kind of leeway you have. And
No.
would this require the applicant to sign a letter of agreement for an extension?
Yes, they would have to agree to, the town, well, staff and the applicant would have to mutually agree to a continuance, and that continuance cannot exceed more than 90 days. So
90 days from now, or?
So that's a limited amount of time to prepare all those studies, and I'm not, so, yeah, I'll just say that. We've had Ray Rosinski look at this site, we've had their engineers look at this site, we've had Miller Pacific look at this site, and so, and Ray Rosinski made the comment that there really aren't any houses below this, and it's a very large piece of property. So he did not, he's very conservative. He was not concerned about the construction of this small house on the 10.9 acre site, creating slope stability issues for anyone downslope or upslope, as long as they, did the drainage proposal.
I've been struggling with this one. I'm very familiar with this property. When I was chair of the Open Space Committee, Mr. Ross had come to the Open Space Committee, and I'd gone out there many times, and in fact was there when we discovered Napa False Indigo out there on Mr. Ross's property. But I had also been, at the time, an advocate for moving the proposal to the front of the property to ensuring a minimal disruption of the beautiful madrone forest that's out there, for ensuring that access to the public trail continued because of the history of the communities using that trail. And, there's something that really hates to see development on this particular parcel because of how beautiful it is in its pristine state. At the same time, I want to acknowledge that the applicant really has altered their application in many significant ways in terms of accommodating the Planning Commission's statements from the first application, from the time that was submitted. And I just really want to thank the applicant for doing that, because I think it really showed a sensitivity to the community's concerns, and I really appreciate that. At the same time, I do have concerns along the lines that Commissioner Rodriguez mentioned, in terms of, do the current story poles really provide enough visual impact, given the existing trees there, to afford the public a real sense of what this is going to mean on a visual level. And and that's why I was focusing on those goals that are set out in the general plan that had been cited in the Open Space Committee's report, because we as a planning commission have to look at that general plan as sort of a guiding document for, sort of the intention of the town in creating the boundaries of what we're here to do. And so I take those goals very seriously. And I also, as a lawyer, unfortunately recognize the realities that staff is telegraphing to us about how far the town can go in terms of protecting open space when it comes to a privately held piece of land. I'm fully aware of those limitations in terms of what we do with private property and how we regulate an individual's right to do what they will with their property. However, given the limitations that you laid out, Linda, in terms of what physical limitations the town would have to, for example, give up certain interests in the existing paper road, that it is fully capable of preserving and not giving up. And so given that reality and given how concerned the Planning Commission had been previously about the first proposal that had a building site further in, away from Toyon, I still have concerns about the property owner preserving that ability to potentially ask for splitting the parcel up in the future. And I'm a little, there's a little bit of consternation that, this proposal, which frankly is still a large house, isn't enough, and that the landowner is not amenable to putting some sort of restriction on the rest of the parcel, given the size of the residence that we're talking about here. So I have a lot of concerns, and I'm not sure where I sit. I'd like to hear some of the other commissioners' thoughts.
Norma?
I also appreciate the modifications that the owner has done. I think from where we started, it has really come a long way in terms of addressing not only the community but the Planning Commission's concerns. I am not as concerned about not having a final hydrology plan at this time, because I believe there are sufficient conditions in the resolution that require them to work with our public works and our engineer for both the foundation, retaining, and hydrology elements. I am a little concerned with some of the comments made by my fellow commissioner in terms of, we have been asking for a lot of clarifications and changes to specific language to guarantee that certain elements are met. The updated assessment for native plants and the spotted owl, for instance, that seems something that that could come back fairly quickly, I think, if the owner is willing to grant an extension. It is a maximum of 30 days. It could be less. 90 days, I'm sorry, but it could be less if the updated reports are in. A lot of it is a matter of really nailing down the language and getting it more exact. Otherwise, though, I am leaning towards accepting the new design as proposed, but with many, many clarifications that might behoove us to have in writing.
Do you have some idea of what those clarifications would be that you would need?
Well, I can't rattle the list off the top of my head. I haven't made clear notes, but it includes the time frame, the what-ifs. What if they do find a spotted owl? What happens to the time frame? What happens to the construction Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday? Or what are the, there's some confusion as to what the nesting time frame is versus the foundational work time frame. In terms of the trim and the color, a couple of other things off the top of my head, I can't remember more.
Laura?
Yes, I mean, I do feel that the applicants responded to the commissioner's comments, and I would feel comfortable approving with changes to the resolution to address comments we've raised tonight regarding, you know, the updated reports on the false indigo, the spotted owl, adding the construction hours and the suggested edits to the roadways. But I do feel also that it's important to make sure that we have the language right in the resolution. So, I mean, I would support a continuance if the other commissioners felt that way in order to get the language right. But I could also, I feel comfortable with the changes that have been made and feel that we could, you know, address the additional comments and the changes in the resolution.
So one of the, as far as the updated biology reports was, you know, having the reports done and then having the results be assessed by staff before the building permit was issued. Are you saying you'd rather have that report done and come back to the commission and have the commission look at that?
No, I feel comfortable just having staff review it. I mean, I mean, 2 years isn't really that long. So, I mean, I think just providing an updated report as part of the building permit process, I would be satisfied with that.
Esther?
I am also conflicted. You know, I do feel that the applicant has done or has made significant improvements on this project and has listened and is sensitive to what we're trying to preserve and achieve. I do think it is unrealistic to try to turn everything around that's been discussed in 90 days. I think that the updates to the biology report can be handled by staff. I see that a lot of the engineering has been addressed or it's being looked at by a lot of experts, and this is going to get combed by our staff and engineers. So I think we have to kind of trust that everybody is doing their job. There are a lot of things here, though, that it would be nice to see documented, you know, as far as how we plan to, I guess, hold the applicant accountable for these things, even if they don't all come to fruition within the, you know, 30 days or 90 days. So I would, you know, I'm on the fence. I think I would be okay continuing this another 30 days to get some of the language in here. just to ensure that we make more progress and we are where we are. As far as like the color palettes, I favor number 1 and 2. Number 3 is nice, but because we are trying to limit the massiveness or the visibility, in this particular case, I would say, 1 or 2 is okay with me. The trim actually doesn't really bother me that much, but I would leave it up to the discretion of our staff. So I would like to add Roman numeral number 5 to the resolution under number 2A. You had asked for language on that. Do you want that now, Linda?
Well, you should add it when someone makes a motion, right? And then, because there's no point in adding it now if that's not the action that gets taken.
Okay.
And I just want to make a statement about the 30 days, 90 days. We have other applications and other issues that may fill up agendas, and they may not be able to get everything done in 30 days. So if they agree to the extension, it's for up to 90 days.
Right.
Right. So I just don't want you to say 30 days. That might not be possible.
No, okay. So I would say, I don't think we can, everybody's really busy, and just in terms of what the experts and engineers are doing. So it's kind of hard to commit to, a deadline for the biology update, but I think we do need to show some progress in that area, whether, the assessment is is taken in your hands and decision is made at the staff level. But in general, I am leaning toward approving this project. I just think I would feel a little bit more comfortable if we had a little bit more, but I guess we could sit here and hammer out the language for some of these items tonight and approve. I'm also for that. So, yeah, it's going on 9 o'clock. So,
So let me jump in here. As Mimi said, and I was here on the Planning Commission when the applicant came back in 2017 with the other project that we've discussed. And one of the discussion points there, and it was also, I think, from some of the neighbors, as well, that there was a consensus that where that project was located was not workable, and there was discussion about looking at bringing something smaller, closer to Toyon Drive. And the applicant has done that and has taken into consideration a lot of the comments that were made at that 2017 meeting or meetings. So I think we've talked about the road and fixing the road and the $25,000, and we've talked about where planning director has made a comment about taking the public out of that one item and having that be applicable as well. We've talked about the construction hours. We've talked about, I think we all want to get updated reports for the plant and the spotted owl before anything proceeds on this. You had mentioned the size of the trucks, and we could probably get language for that. I think we can come to some determination on the paint colors. So I think, I would be in favor of approving this with those, all the changes we need to make to the resolution. So anything more from Mimi and Michelle?
Yeah, some of the things that Michelle had talked about, if you guys, if a majority of the commission decides to move forward now, and I think maybe you might want to ask the applicant if they'd be willing to go with the up to 90-day extension, but Commissioner Rodriguez had mentioned the maintenance agreement and putting a 5-year guarantee on that. And I think you might want to consider that. There was also discussion of including language on the hours and potentially, if owls were discovered, loosening the limitations from Monday through Friday so that they could fit in enough work during the limited window that they might have and do Monday through Saturday in that event. I don't know if you guys want to think about those elements. From my perspective, I think I'm still have strong concerns about the story poles and the visibility. And again, concerns that we heard from the Open Space Committee about ensuring the enforceability of the preservation of the trail, and concerns we heard from the neighbors about limiting any future development in addition to this one residence.
You're unchanged, Michelle, correct? Okay. Can I just take a straw poll of each one to see if how you feel on this, if you feel that you can approve it tonight with changes to the resolution?
Through the chair, should we ask the applicant if they're even willing to consider an extension?
Okay.
Could you turn on the mic, sir?
There, is that better? Okay. Usually I'm told to speak down because my voice is very booming. So as several of you have indicated, the previous application back in 2017 and beyond had the home very deep into the property. The neighbors, this commission asked us to move it. We did that. We have placed the home as close to the end of Toyin Drive as we possibly can. We can't get it any closer with setback requirements and things. So we've put it as close as we can to try to do what the commission has asked and what the neighbors have asked. We've tried to be very sensitive to that. There's also height restrictions with that. So when we've put it in the front, I'll call that the front corner right there at Toyin Road, and we have the height restrictions, we've basically put ourselves in a corner in the only buildable place that we can. So when I hear about the story poles, I understand the thought, but there's height restrictions. We've put it where we are. I'm not really sure what more we can do with the story poles. Even if we could somehow have a image that showed the trees being removed and the home there, we're putting it in the one spot where we've been asked to put it under the height restrictions that we've been asked to place it under. So even if we did all that, I'm not really sure what that's going to achieve. The last hearing when we came here, there was numerous questions, concerns that were brought up, and I think Linda did a fantastic job in her staff presentation going down item by item, and I believe that we have addressed every single one of the items from the last hearing. Every single one of them I think we've addressed. Linda worked very hard, we worked with her, and I think we've done that. It's surprising and disappointing to come and hear new concerns. I don't think the reports have changed. We had them last time. It was what it is now. I think it's very common that you can require that environmental surveys, spotted owls, plants, be done prior to building permit, prior to start of construction. That can be a condition of approval. You can add that condition of approval to this project that says a spotted owl survey, raptor survey, plant survey can be done prior to start of construction, and we would be happy to include that condition of approval into the project. The removal of the trees 20 upwards, it's 26, potentially 29 if these other 3 bay trees get called out. A lot of those are within the home footprint. So when the neighbors have concern about removing trees and having exposed soil, that's not really the case, because a lot of it is going to be where the home footprint is. So it's not going to be exposed soil because of the removal of trees.
Wrap it up.
Yep.
Thanks.
So the future development, that has to come back for a public hearing. So if there's concerns for future development, that will be here. Any subdivision of land has to come back to public hearings. The trail, it's a public trail. It's open to public space. So it's going to be maintained and part of the public access unless the city council decides to give it up. So all these concerns that we're hearing, I think we've been through this, and I'm just a little concerned, I mean, that we're, paralysis by analysis is the term that comes to my mind here, that we've been here, we've tried very hard, and I don't know what else we can really do to get to where you want it to be.
So let me ask the question, would you be willing to go for the 90-day extension? Just a yes.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, before I don't know how to answer that because I'm not sure what you're looking for.
Well, I don't even know what the 90-day extension
Okay,
means.
all right.
Maybe you could explain it to us.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so
Can I just say something to clarify, because I could understand your maybe surprise or disappointment that all these new concerns are coming up, and I think we were all kind of going in one direction, and then the Open Space Committee report was issued, and there are concerns here that are significant enough for us to ask again. So just to clarify.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's understandable.
So to go again with the straw poll, are you in favor of approving this with changes to the resolution tonight? Okay, Laura?
Yes.
Norma?
I'm not sure. I'm not hearing an answer from the applicant of the extension, so I'm not sure at this moment, not hearing a response on an extension from the applicant.
Well, assuming, Michelle's a no.
I'd just like to add one thing. We did have a chance to look at the biology reports, and they indicated that if there's a low likelihood of this presence of spotted owl, furthermore, the assessment done of the Napa Blue Indigo plant was done in May, so that would segue in nicely with a pre-construction analysis. In other words, were it to be continued, or approved, the applicant, in the normal course of developing their building permit package, could be required to do that, and we would have a very good idea if there was any possible impact, which again, a 2017 study indicated was well past this construction zone where those were found. So it's kind of one of those probability things, and we will get that information regardless.
Thank you. Michelle, you're a no. Mimi? No. Okay, I'm a yes. So that's 3 and 3. Norma, do you want to?
I would say no then. I would say.
Okay, if we're going to ask the applicant for the 90-day extension, then I think we need to be specific as to why we're doing that and what information we would need before we could go further with this. So if somebody wants to approach that and lay that out as far as specifically what you would be looking for, can you repeat that then?
Was staff able to capture all the comments? Okay, maybe.
I didn't understand some of them, so
maybe
it would
another
have to be
reason to
clearly
clarify
indicated
them.
exactly what was
We would
being
have to
asked
walk
for.
through word by
Yes.
word.
Yes,
That may be a
please.
reason for an extension.
No, what we need is we need Michelle's specific items that she would want to come back with if we're asking for, if we're going to ask the applicant if he's willing to do this, then we need to provide some clarity as to what we're looking for coming back. So do you want to try that again, Michelle, and list those so staff can capture them?
I'm going to have to stop you if I'm not understanding what you're asking for, okay?
So the continuous would enable staff to update the resolution to reflect the various adjustments. The adjustments that I wrote, and I'm not sure if I captured everyone's, was that the Monday through Friday schedule adjustment, the light glare adjustment, this.
But when you say the light glare adjustment,
you had a
did you want to
resolution
study
amendment.
Oh,
that you
these are
gave
the
to us.
adjustments just to the reso. It's not a report or anything. Okay.
Just the adjustments to the resolution. There was a light glare. There were two.
On the light glare, can you clarify, is that the dark skies?
She provided us an
Or the red
amended
lines?
resolution that includes some specific language that should be rolled into this amended agreement. Amended resolution. She provided it to us. So it's integrating the changes she put on our
You're
calendar.
just repeating the red lines that are in the one I provided to you.
Yes.
Okay, I can get that. It was the additional reports.
Including, you heard two different options for the material board selection today that we would add under condition number 1. We would there was a deed restriction regarding open space access and public use. There was a 5-year contractual requirement for the drainage system maintenance. There was the conditions of approval for the tree preservation that would be put on the construction drawings, and the arborist be on site to ensure protection. Okay. That was all I had on the modifications to the resolution. That the special studies for the endangered plant and the owl be updated.
Raptors.
That the story pole material at the top be more visible or reflective or something for a period of time to allow the neighbors to get a better sense of the new building size. And that the roadway, Public Works identify the truck size for this roadway construction, that we consider whether the amount of escrow agreement amount needs to be increased based upon the feedback that we got today, and that we encourage the applicant and the neighbors to talk about the entering into a maintenance agreement. And that was what I captured. Oh, that the next round reports include the grading, drainage, and slide report.
So you need to be more specific about that, because we already have provided quite a bit of information. You want a separate so they've done the studies on the drainage, and they've developed the drainage plans that are shown attached to the project architectural plans. Do you want?
I missed.
Are you trying to get like the calculations on how they got to that drainage? They do all this calculation on the amount of runoff.
The reports that were included in our packet was only the 1-page or 2-page geoengineering report. But what you're saying now, and what the applicant said, was that there was a series of reports that were done and approved by a third party and integrated into the design. I didn't know that. Maybe other people knew that. So that makes me feel a lot better. We don't have to
because they go
give it
back a
all
number
to
of
us
years.
again? Okay. So I guess because I'm new, I didn't know all that history.
Yeah.
There was also a reference to taking the word public out of the reference to public roadways. And we also had talked about the hours. Okay.
So Linda, can you address Michelle's request on the deed restriction? Is that just to?
So
We
have
would probably need to
investigated
run that
this.
by council. As staff has indicated, the fact that it's a public street and that it's a public trail and that in the prior planning commission review of the prior design, there was a huge issue with respect to impacts on that trail. As noted, that this is an identified parcel in the town's open space plan. So there's a whole series of events that would have to occur prior to there being any potential adverse effect on the public's use of the right-of-way. And that, as Planner Neal mentioned, there would be a very high degree of probability that there would be an EIR required for any future application. And as I said, many of your commissioners were looking at the prior project for one house, which was sent back, and the applicant has done a minimum impact house, acknowledging that we can't predict the future, that somebody could come in to be allowed to subdivide the parcel, but it's not a reasonable and foreseeable potential at this time. It's really probably unrealistic that somebody would do so, or if they did, that it would get anywhere given the numerous impacts that it would face. I mean, you know, we now know that there's a Napa Falls Indigo further up that road. So yes, I understand in an abundance of caution to address any potential future impact or adverse effect on the public. You might want to nail down all those issues. I'm not sure that in terms of requiring easements, certainly not over the entirety of the remaining undeveloped portion of the lot, that there is no nexus. So, you know, just legally speaking, we can't reasonably ask the applicant to provide that. So we're the commission to be leaning towards, you know, we have a problem with this project as constituted. Our recommendation would be to simply direct staff with findings for denial versus asking the applicant to come back with such a proposition.
Through the chair. I'm sorry, I wanted to clarify if Michelle's concerns regarding updating of the biological and the raptor and the owl report, if you would be comfortable with that coming back to staff for review prior to a permit rather than building permit rather than coming back to the Planning Commission? And if that's the case, would Michelle and Mimi and I then be willing to, now that we've clarified the specific language that should be revised, if you would feel comfortable moving forward and approving this project based on those changes being made. And one other clarification, staff has mentioned both an EIR and an environmental assessment to be done in the event that they should want to subdivide the property. And those are two very different things. Can you clarify, Ben, that you were talking about an EIR that would be required and not just an environmental assessment, which is a much lower grade of report? Yes, and thank you for asking for that clarification, because they are indeed very different documents. The environmental assessment would be a preliminary assessment for the potential. In fact, it would probably be an initial study, would be the technical term, where we would look at the potential for significant impacts. And so that would be things like excessive grading, impacts on endangered species, drainage for all the additional impervious surface, things like that.
it is likely, given what we already know about the site and the analysis that was previously conducted for the project that was, what, 300 or 400 feet down that roadway extension, that there would be the potential for significant impacts. And that's why I said that were somebody to request to subdivide this parcel in the future, and in staff's opinion, it wouldn't be for multiple parcels, it would simply be to divide it in two, that there would be an environmental impact report required.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that would be important for the community to hear and be aware of.
I'm sorry, I think there was some confusion on what the recommendation is. I'm recommending that the Open Space Committee recommendation number 7 be addressed, which is the preservation of the public trail, which you're saying is a street. Is that what's on the tree plan identified as an existing dirt road?
Yes, that's in the public roadway easement that the council would have to abandon and agree to give to the adjacent property owner for that path to ever go away. There'd have to be an action taken by the town council. And since there's a path that leads to open space land, Marin County open space land, the chances of that ever happening, I don't see that happening.
So hearing some of that, Michelle, does that change any of your opinion for?
So there's 3 of us recommending that it not, so.
No, I was just asking to see if what you had heard from staff had changed, what you would look to come back to us.
Can I just want to make one statement about the visual impacts of this house, because a lot of times people think about the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor, right? And that really analyzes the visual impacts of a house. This property is not a Ridgeline Scenic Corridor. And so there are no heightened expectations for an analysis of the visual impact. Everybody acknowledges that a new house is going to have a visual impact. A 2,700 square foot house on a 10.9 acre site is not that big. The council is coming up, they're going to be considering lowering the maximum house size to 3,500 square feet. Well, this is under that. So I just want to make sure everybody acknowledges that.
And actually, I would like to clarify that with the review of the language and specific concerns that I think incorporated everyone's concerns, including the updated biological studies to be presented to staff prior to pulling a building permit, and the clarification that an EIR would definitely be required for any further development of the property, I would be more willing to approve this project this evening with those changes to be made.
Okay, so it seems like we've got 4 in favor of moving forward with this with the changes to the resolution. So can we just clarify again the changes that we need and do as far as language? So let me start with an easy one, maybe. Paint color and trim.
Do we want to just say option 1 and 2?
Option.
Well, I think you already gave your choices, but mine, brown would be first, green second, the gray would be third, and I would prefer a non-white trim.
I prefer the brown with the green second and not the gray. I'm not quite as concerned about the trim.
Choices on this side? No? Okay. So we would add, and you can number them however you want to number them to the resolution. The color choices would be either of those two outside of the gray, and we would let Staff and the applicant address trim color. Construction hours would be Monday through Friday. Do we need and whatever that, go ahead.
And I thought you said, but it would allow, if a northern spotted owl nesting site was discovered on the site, that it would allow the planning director to allow some flexibility to allow construction on Saturdays if they were limited by the existence of the nest to fewer months of construction, something like that.
Correct. Requesting the updated reports for the owl and the plant survey to be done before issuance of a building permit.
Yeah, we will
Sooner the better.
encourage them to initiate those immediately. I think the Indigo study would be May based on their prior study, but we're into that season, so we would say get out there soon and figure that out.
And Esther had brought up the size of the size of the construction vehicles.
Yes,
Do you have
yes.
some language for that? Or
Yes, delivery truck size recommendation by Department of Public Works for existing road specification.
Yeah, as part of the construction management plan, we could say the Public Works Director shall review as part of the construction management plan the proposed size of trucks and number of trips.
And then page 4 to see removing public from that. Did I miss anything?
I would just, because I thank Linda for bringing up the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor, because that was a question that I asked in the previous meeting, and I think maybe that we should add that as under, I don't know if it's appropriate under the Hill Area Residential Development, number 8, to say that this site is not, this property is not, right.
There were a couple of other things. One was the story pole. I'm not clear if it was the material or the appropriate heights that were the problem with the story pole.
It's too late if you're going to approve.
Too late if we're approving it with the
Okay.
changes to the reso.
And the other item was a 5-year requirement on the drainage maintenance, which, could that be in
So,
perpetuity? Could that run with
No, I
the-
actually want a little clarification on that. So are you asking them to submit a bond? I mean, we're asking them to record a maintenance agreement that would notify prospective owners of a maintenance schedule, like how often they have to maintain them. It would identify all the drainage improvements that need maintenance.
And not limited to 5 years, but
It's
going forward,
permanent.
yes.
And so, I mean, it would behoove them to maintain it because it's their property that will be damaged if they don't maintain it. Getting a bond for 5 years, I don't know that that's really going to, I mean, we could do that, but it needs to be maintained in perpetuity, and that's what the deed restriction is supposed to do. I mean, if we know that people don't maintain their properties. I mean,
I don't think that
hopefully
was
they will.
connected with the bond, though, was it? It was just
So I
the
misunderstood. So what-
drainage maintenance.
So what?
Which, as you
I
mentioned,
think drainage maintenance that runs in perpetuity is what we would want.
The agreement that gets recorded at the county, so subsequent owners, yes.
anything else? Okay, do I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve resolution number 2019-3 with the edits that have been listed for the new residents at 200 Toyon Drive.
Second?
I will second that with the revised language for all of those items.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye. No, I'm opposed.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you.
Could you make an announcement about the appeal period? Thank you.
Sorry. The appeal is 10-day appeal and a $500 fee.
Correct.
Which would have to be brought in the form and the fee paid to the town prior to the expiration of the appeal period.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is 2020 Sir Francis Drake. Can we have a staff report, please?
Okay. At your February 21st meeting, you directed staff and the applicant to address the following items: to provide cut sheets and illumination information on the proposed exterior lighting fixtures and verify that the locations and numbers of fixtures shown on the plans are complete and accurate. The applicant has provided a new site plan sheet that shows the location of the proposed lighting, and he's provided cut sheets. You asked the applicant to look at the raised patio wall area as it relates to the parking lot grade and provide plans showing how they'll meet the ADA and building code requirements, and he has attached that. We also had the building official go out, and he felt that with grading, the requirements could be met. You asked the applicant to provide more information on the proposed fire pit, and the applicant has redesigned the wall enclosure to include bench seats attached to both the south and west facing enclosure walls, which will help screen the fire pit flame, and also the fire pit flame is going to be on an adjustable control. You asked the applicant and staff to look into verifying that the allowable enclosure wall height required by meets the requirements of ABC, and the applicant spoke with them, and staff also spoke with the ABC, and they actually don't specify a height. There's no specific height in the ABC code, only that the licensed areas are to be directly attached to the building, and that it be obvious to the public that the space is part of the restaurant. And when I spoke to ABC, they said that they don't even require all sides of the area to be enclosed. They just require at least 2 sides to be enclosed, and that the area be visible from the inside of the establishment so they can see the people eating and drinking. You asked him to provide an outdoor seating plan that shows where the commission requested the no smoking signs. He's indicated where he's going to put those. He indicated that he'll post signs saying that the outdoor eating area is closed at 10 and will close it at 10. He did revise the exterior of the outdoor seating area to include a column feature into the wall, which will be painted to match the building. And he's included a metal arbor with some wood trellis trim on it to further articulate the outside of the area. And as we were recommending in February, we are recommending you approve the application by adopting Resolution 2019, which sets forth the findings and the amended conditions for approval. Let me just see if I had any changes to this one. I don't think I did. Yeah, so that would conclude our report. The Public Works Department is looking into whether the entry driveways need further delineation, but they're kind of leaning towards, no, they do not. But that's something they'd have to work out, I think, with the property owner, not this tenant.
Any questions for staff?
I have one question. What are the hours of other outdoor spaces similar to this?
Yeah, I think I'm on Bolinas Road. Is it Mas Masa? I always get them confused. They are supposed to close the outdoor seating area at 10. Who else do we have that has a legal outdoor seating area?
Perry's? Or is that 19?
So Perry's is a bar. That's a little bit different.
Okay.
It's not a restaurant. So they're allowed to have people outside until 2.
Tamal?
Is Tamal on Broadway or Bolinas?
Broadway.
Tamal is on Broadway.
Yeah, I would have to, you know, I don't have all the.
They have an outdoor eating area, so does Fairfax.
Right, but I don't have all the different use permits for outdoor seating areas memorized, so I would have to go back to the files and check. The most recent one was Mas Masa, and they are supposed to close at 10. That's the only one I can specifically speak to without going back and checking the records.
But the Indian Cafe Lotus, does that come in for an application for an outdoor, or they were
They
thinking
did,
of
it was quite a while ago. Yeah, I think you limited to that one to 10. But you know, I really have to go
Do you
back and
recall
check the
M&Gs?
files.
I don't have that with me, but I had looked at that for the last 10, maybe.
I would have to say that if they got a use permit for outdoor seating, it predated me starting here.
Okay.
So I don't
They're not
know.
even open past 9 p.m. They are? Well, they're it's pretty dead at night.
M&G's is open kind of late. If I could ask a question, my recollection was that we also wanted to see some sort of design element on the wall out around the outdoor area. Is it your understanding that the pillars would serve as that function?
The pillars and the arbor feature, right? Yeah. You know, and the seating on the 2 closest walls adds articulation. So,
Any other questions for staff? Can we hear from the applicant? Is the applicant here?
Good evening. Is there something specific you'd like to hear from me?
I had a question for you. At the last meeting, the design on the patio had in the front, it had that cutout. And my understanding that was for fire truck access. Can you, because the dimensions look the same now, but it's not cut out. So can you address that?
Yes, I asked the architect about this originally. I asked, what's this for? And he says, well, it's just to make sure we have adequate space for emergency vehicles. And then when I went back to him and said, well, we need some architectural details here, and he put this back in, and I said, well, what happened to the cutout? And he said, well, I checked more closely. We have plenty of space. And I suspect that because it was sort of monolithic before, he was using that feature as an artistic design detail, and it provided additional space for emergency vehicles. And I think he took it out when he had to have a place to land the 5 pillars that are supporting the trellis above the patio area. This is the landlord's architect, so I kind of go through the landlord on some of this stuff. But he went back and rechecked to make sure that there was adequate space between the bollards that protect the big Fairfax Market sign and the corner of the proposed trellis, and I think there's adequate space. So that was what he told me.
And then my other question was, in looking at the design, just wanted to clarify that it looks like the wall is going to remain just gray cement?
No, so, and I had sent some pictures to Linda about, since the last meeting in February, I spoke to the landlord about repainting the outside of the building that light gray and dark gray to match the existing trim around the new parts of the construction. And so that same color palette's going to be carried forward to the retaining wall, where the bigger open field areas would be that lighter gray paint, and then the darker gray pillars would be painted to match the pillars along the remaining front of the building, and the eaves and the trim around, as well as the black steel would be painted that same trim color to match the roll-up windows in the areas around the front of the building.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I think mine is more of a comment, or maybe a comment and a question. So I'm actually glad to see the changes. We were out there talking afterwards, and I see what you're trying to do here. The one thing that doesn't show here that you talked about is having canvas, and it's in the report, having canvas or like canopy to address the
sunshade, like a retractable thing.
Yeah.
There are a couple of examples nearby. There's the artist studio next door that used to be the sort of flea market thing, and then there's the station across the street that have sort of these triangular shaped sailcloth things that are sort of strung up. I was thinking of similar materials so you could still see light through it, but they would provide some shade. But they would be on wires and retractable, so when the sun wasn't present, they would not be an element.
Right. And this would address your desire to preserve the sight lines.
Yeah, and the views from both inside and from the patio.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's hard to find a better view of Mount Sam and Fairfax, for sure.
So I think this achieves that industrial look that we were talking about, with a lot of wood, because there isn't very much you can do to the building. I did notice when I was out there how close this is to the drive aisle. And, I was thinking, this is kind of like a family establishment, and kids are so unpredictable. I kind of see like you have a gap there that's just asking for something to happen. So you have one of the benches is kind of addressing that.
I see, yeah.
So there's you don't have a rail there, and you're not required to have it. But I was just wondering if there was something you can do that is not going to impact the design so much as protects.
I could continue an element that looks like the backrest for those benches around the fire space across that gap that's probably, what's I guess the second panel from the left.
Yeah, it could be something like that, or, cables, just horizontal cables that would just keep the kids in, or just kind of keep people from spilling out right onto the drive aisle.
Yeah. I mean, as it is now, I think this is going to be a great place for kids to be, because right now they get bored inside and they want to go play in the parking lot.
Yeah,
and now at least they have somewhere outside.
This way you kind of have them corralled into this, like a playpen.
I mean, if you want to put something in there about some element, either continuing that backrest across to that third pillar from the left, or that center pillar, I'd be fine with that. I don't think anybody's going to sit down there and want to get real low and say my view's obscure. So
I think that's something that staff can, they can review.
Sure.
And approve at their discretion. That would be my question is whether you would be willing to consider that. Okay, thanks.
I had one other question I missed. Are you willing at night when the patio closes to turn off the outdoor lights so they're not on during the night when you're not open?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the exterior lights are on timers anyway, so they come on kind of, I have to fiddle with it as the times change, but they're basically kind of when the sun goes down, the lights come on, and then they're all programmed to go off at 10 when we close. So the eve lights all turn off. The lights that illuminate our hanging sign, those all go off at 10. It might be 11, but I could put a different timer on those outside patio lights. The only concern I have with that is people would still be using the deck as an exit, potentially, right? And so having the floor illuminated lights for the pathways and for the ADA exit and the stairs might be an important thing to kind of keep on until we're actually
Until you close the indoor.
closed and everybody's gone, yeah. So it could be a light switch inside that goes off when they turn off the interior lights.
I would just be concerned about having the outdoor lights on all night.
I wouldn't want to
When
attract
there's
people
no,
to be there when
so-
I'm not there either, so,
Yeah,
yeah, that
okay.
makes sense.
I have a question for the applicant. I don't see, I mean, I get the square footage, but can you tell me the actual dimensions of total width and length of this extension?
It's about 42 by 18. So the pillar distance between those pillars, excuse me, from the corner of the building to that second pillar on the face of the building is 40 feet, 42 feet. It's not perfect. And then coming out about 18 feet makes it 792 square feet, I think.
Is that 18 feet to the outside?
I believe it is. I think it's in the full-scale drawings that you have.
Also, you seem to have backrests floating in midair, which is quite a trick. I wonder how well those will work.
They'll be supported by redwood or steel. It's not clear from this, but yeah, I don't think we'll be able to make them float. The page A3.0 indicates that the patio is 18 feet to the outside of the corner of that post. So in your full-size drawings. And then 44 feet, 4 inches from corner to the southwest.
And on the, as I recall, you've got bicycle parking there along the wall where the handicapped parking is. We talked about that last time. But that, from what I understand, that bicycle parking isn't totally used because there is the handicap spot there. Is that correct?
At the moment, we have a sort of it's like an old grammar school bike rack thing that sits out front. We would have to put a smaller bike rack in that area, but we could actually fit 2. It's not indicated in the drawings, but at the moment, the majority of people park their bikes inside, and we're not changing the layout of the inside of the space, so at the moment you can fit 18 or 20 bikes inside, and then with the visibility from the deck and through the windows to the parking lot, a lot of people choose to put their bikes on their racks, on their cars, or on the back of their car and lock them up as well. So we don't typically see a lot of bikes parked outside, but we'll still have plenty of parking because there's still Sir Francis Drake bike racks on the front of the building facing Sir Francis Drake.
That just goes to the staff report comment about a bike parking plan to replace all that, all the bicycle rack spacing, that it wouldn't necessarily be all of that since some of that
Yeah, we
isn't-
weren't implying
Okay.
for like, we were just wanting the final plan to be subject to approval by staff, right? We weren't expecting the same number that's out there now to be provided, yeah.
With the notion being that with additional outdoor usable space, there's likely going to be additional demand for a place to park your bike where you can keep an eye on it. That's been my experience with places I ride my bike to.
We haven't had anybody's bike stolen out of the parking lot yet. It will happen, but I know it has been problems in other parking lots here in town, so.
I have a question for staff. Is it not possible to have a door that goes straight out to the patio from the interior side? Does one have to walk out the front door?
No, there's a door.
Is that a door?
Yeah.
There's one on the side. It's probably showing on your big plans.
The existing secondary emergency exit door that's there in the parking lot that has a small little deck is going to be maintained, so.
And your garage door doesn't get open?
No, health department won't let me open it unless I'm loading stuff in and out. I know. It's a very expensive window. We would have put a window there anyway, so.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
I'm going to open it up to public comment. Does anyone want to make comment on this application?
Hi, Rick Hamer, Bolinas Road. I walked around in that parking lot last night, and if any place in downtown Fairfax needs prompt redevelopment, it's this place. And I think I was at the last meeting. I'm very much in favor of the expeditious approval of this project. I think that the applicant has done a terrific job. And what else do I have to say except let's go for it and make it quick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hearing none, I'll bring it back. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Comments on my left?
Yeah, I appreciate the additional changes and information, so I think that my concerns have been addressed, and I think it's a terrific proposal and a great addition to the building, so thank you.
I'll echo that.
Norma, any comments? On this side?
So I think the applicant's done a really wonderful job at bringing back some plans that I think reflect what we were looking for. I would love to see the planning director's recommendation added as a condition. He had recommended some tiles maybe on this wall facing outward, and maybe it could read exterior wall to have a tile trim or mural or greenery at the corners with approval by him. I mean, even if it had 2 tiles at each section, that would be nice. Unless he doesn't want that anymore, then that's fine.
So are you saying on the concrete walls around the side?
Right.
Okay.
I would welcome the opportunity to have a conversation with the applicant about that, but this is really up to your commission if you don't feel it's necessary with the other changes that have been made.
Along the same lines, I'm generally in favor of this and support the application. I think, just from my own personal viewpoint, there could be design elements other than tile that could be introduced onto the outer side of that cement wall. I have an image of just running a bicycle tire, 2 inches below the top of it when it's still wet. I don't know, and I'm just kind of thinking that if we were going to include a condition giving the planning director discretion to discuss and potentially approve some element, whether it was tile or a imprint, hand marks, I don't know, just something that provides a little bit more interest than a flat cement. And I appreciate the design element of minimal and clean, and yet I still want that little bit of interest.
I agree that I think those gray walls need something on them. to break up, since they are going to be that gray, to break them up. So perhaps there can be a condition that there'd be some discussion between planning director and the applicant to see what can be done to improve that. The other thing, because I could approve this application as well, would be to add a condition to have the lights off overnight. And then I think there was a comment related to between the two pillars, where between the table and the other section that had the seating on there, that maybe that seating could be extended to the table portion. Barrier, or if the applicant's willing just to extend the seating that's on those first two sets of seats with the backs. Anything else from Commission?
I appreciate the efforts the applicant has made, and I see the need for it in that place. You clearly have a significant draw of clientele there. I just find that matching the existing building, which is pretty blasé and sterile, this doesn't do, the concrete just doesn't do much for me. But so I would like to have staff discuss that at some point. I just find the design a little lacking.
So do anyone want to make a motion? It seems we have 3 changes to the resolution.
I'll make the motion to approve Resolution 2019-04 to approve an outdoor eating area at 2020 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard with the modifications to the resolution, including an amendment to Condition 2 that the exterior lights be turned off at closure, amendment to Condition 1 that there be a safety barrier for children installed per the planning director approval, and that the exterior wall be modified to add wall tile trim, comma mural, comma greenery, or comma bike graphic or something per the planning director.
Why don't we just say some visual element and then.
Subject to the planning director's approval.
Any second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I
Motion
abstain.
carries. Oh,
I abstain.
okay. 1 abstention. Motion carries. There's a 10-day appeal time frame with a $500 fee to the town. Thank you. Thanks. Five-minute break. Our next agenda item is 18 Myrna Avenue, application 1905. Can we have a staff report, please?
This project proposes the conversion of the existing 237-square-foot one-car carport into a 237-square-foot one-car garage with an automatic garage door. In addition, the project proposes minor alterations to the resident's west-facing first-floor facade, including new windows and a door, as well as a new wood landing and stairs extending from the door to the side yard. All exterior finishes are proposed to match existing materials and colors. The project does not require any variances and complies with all the setback and FAR and lot coverage regulations and building height limitations. It requires a use permit because the project site does not meet the minimum building site size or width requirements. So there are other properties located within 100 feet of 18 Myrna that have garages right in the front of the primary residence. The proposed conversion of the single-car carport into a single-car garage would be consistent with other properties in close proximity to the project site. The new windows in the door and the landings and stairs would be consistent with the existing craftsman-style architecture of the residence and would increase articulation along the western facade. And therefore, we're recommending that you approve Resolution 2019-05, setting forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval.
Through the chair, please. I just want to ask staff if this is close enough to my house that I should abstain.
Let me look at the, hang on. I can find out by looking at our little map. No, that's a pathway, so you're right on the corner of Ivy, right? Ivy and, no, you're just out of the area, yes.
And staff, we're looking at the revised resolution. And it's an I resolution, like a iPad. We're irresolute.
We wanted to add a condition that all exterior lighting shall be of dark sky fixtures directing the light downward and avoid unnecessary light seepage, and the fixture cut sheet shall be included in the building permit submittal and be subject to planning staff approval prior to issuance of the building permit. And then we wanted to change the chair name from Mimi Newton to Chair Swift. And did you have another correction? You said something about an I. What, did we get an extra I in there or something?
Just in the title.
Ah. Okay.
Anyone have questions for staff on this?
Not a question, I just have a comment that my friend Margie and Joyce, who made that dark sky presentation for us last year, would be very proud to see how we have really taken this very seriously.
Is the applicant here? Would you like to, do you have any comments for us, or? Okay, that's fine. Anyone have questions for the applicant? Nope. Open this up to public comment. Does anyone have comments on this application they'd like to make? No? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for deliberation.
I'm just ready to recommend approval of it with the changes that we've identified.
Anyone else?
I have a question. I have a question for the other commissioners. I'm just interested, do you guys think this is the kind of thing we should think about making discretionary planning staff to make decisions on this type of request, given the reasons why they have to come in for this?
Yes.
Isn't this type of application on your list of items that would qualify for staff review?
Yes, the concern about the mandatory commission review of a use permit by virtue of a lot being too narrow by a few feet is certainly something we were thinking shouldn't require the commission's attention.
Any other comments, questions?
No, I think the windows are a great addition, great idea. I support the project.
Are we ready for a motion?
I'll move to approve Resolution 2019-05 of the Fairfax Planning Commission, approving application number 19-05, a conditional use permit to convert an existing 237 square foot detached one-car carport into a 237 square foot one-car garage at 18 Marina Avenue, with the changes, I think there were 3 changes that were noted: the removal of the letter I before the resolution in the title, the addition of a new paragraph 16, and I think deletion of 17, and the change in the name of the chair.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And there is a 10-day appeal process with a $500 fee payable to the town. Thank you. Our next agenda item is 251 Scenic Road. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yeah, so the 6,306 square foot bay tree covered site slopes steeply down from Scenic Road at an average rate of 60%. The site is situated in a northeastern facing slope within a larger swale that has experienced at least 3 slides previously. So the records show that the first slide in the larger swale includes the project site, and it occurred in March of 1982. This slide filled a downhill house at 120 Tamalpais with mud and rendered it uninhabitable. The town engineers, after performing their site inspection, believe the first slide originated at the location of the scarp below the proposed residence. The second slide in 1986 took out a section of, and this is a correction, Scenic Road at the top of the project site. This slide was repaired by the town in order to reopen Scenic Road with a bin wall structure consisting of several panels set on a bedrock bench with the panels extending below grade. So this project requires the approval of a Hill Area Residential Development Permit, an encroachment permit, a design review permit, and a combined side yard setback and parking variance. The purpose of the Hill Area Residential Development Permit is to encourage the maximum retention of natural topographic features, to minimize grading of hillside areas, to provide a safe means of ingress and egress to and within hillside areas, to minimize runoff and soils erosion during and after construction, to prevent the loss of life, reduce injuries and property damage, minimize economic dislocations from geologic hazards, and ensure that infill development on hillside lots is of a size and scale appropriate to the property and consistent with other properties in the vicinity under the same zoning classification. The house would be supported by a drilled pier, grade beam, and tieback foundation system due to the steep property slope, the soil composition, and the depth of bedrock. The town engineers have reviewed the entire body of information provided by the applicant on the project, including the project engineering and architectural plans, as well as the geotechnical responses to their comments, the addendum to the geotechnical report by Salem House Associates, the original report, and the drainage report by DVC Group. After completing their review and visiting the site, they have determined that the project can be constructed as proposed without creating any significant geologic or hydrologic hazards for the adjacent public or private properties as long as certain conditions are met. The conditions are contained in the resolution attached to the staff report. And one of the main issues is whether the drainage system is going to occur above the slope stability wall or below the slope stability wall. And it's proposed below the wall. The town engineers would like some additional analysis of the soil makeup if it is to stay below. They need to be, need more assurances that it won't create slide issues. Otherwise, they want it to be placed above the wall. And we also have included at their recommendation that the project building permit plans be reviewed and approved by the town engineers prior to issuance of the building permit. So with regards to the house siting, the house has been redesigned at staff's direction twice, and it currently features a 72 by 32 foot footprint with a minimum underfloor area necessary to keep the house and garage at an elevation where the driveway can meet the Marin City and County driveway slope regulations, while also keeping the house below the 35-foot height limit, and complying with the Ross Valley Fire Department regulations for distance of structures from the fire truck staging areas, which is basically the road bed in this case. The proposed project complies with the design review criteria. The structure conforms to the general character of the other structures in the vicinity, will require minimal disturbance to the site for grading to accommodate the house footprint, water and sewer laterals, and drainage system improvements. The construction will require the removal of 15 bay trees. All of these are within the footprint or within 5 or 8 feet of the house and are required to be removed by the fire department because they are prophytic and too close to the proximity of the house, so they're a fire hazard. The exterior structure will be articulated through the use of both horizontal board and batten siding, a cedar paneled front door, corrugated metal roof over the parking deck, wood capped pedestrian and deck railings, and varied window sizes. The house has been designed to be in scale with the project site, and it's similar in size to other structures in the neighborhood on similar sized and sloped sites. So it's pretty much, it has a floor area ratio a little above the average, but it's not the largest in the neighborhood. We've included a table that identifies 2 other houses that have an FAR of 0.41 and 0.44, and the house is proposed at 0.34. The driveway deck, with regards to the encroachment permit, the driveway deck leading to the carport is proposed to be constructed within 8 to 9 feet of the scenic road right-of-way. Many developed properties within the steep hillsides of Fairfax have been issued some type of encroachment permit because the town roads aren't paved to the full width of the right-of-way. And so in order to get from the edge of the road to the parking structures, there are driveway structures or parking deck areas that are in the public right-of-way. So the 8 to 9 foot encroachment being requested is, in staff's opinion, the minimum necessary to allow development of the house and access to the required parking. So the site is narrow with regards to the parking and combined side yard setback variance. Because the site is so narrow, it's very difficult to get the required 3 parking spaces in that the town code says have to be provided and meet the combined side yard setback, which is 20 feet on a hillside slope. So the house far exceeds the minimum 5-foot side setbacks on both sides, but the parking deck area is going to encroach 1.5 feet into the combined 20-foot side yard setback. It's a pretty minimal encroachment. There are other houses in the immediate neighborhood that have been built recently that have been granted much greater variances of the combined side yard setback. So that's not out of character with other development. So we're recommending that you approve application 1906 by adopting resolution 2019-06, setting forth the findings and conditions for the project approval. And we wanted to make we put a revised resolution in front of you, so I'll just run through the corrections and additional conditions that we're recommending. There was an error in one of the dates of one of the pages, which we corrected. And then just to make sure there was no confusion, we specified at the end of condition 1 that the tree removal is approved as shown on page A1.0, which was updated on 1/8/19. Because there are some other pages that show a different number of trees being removed, but we believe those may have predated the arborist report and the fire department review of the project. And we wanted to add 2 conditions. 48, the surveyor shall mark the location of all the property lines in the field, and the northwest and southeast side property lines shall be fenced to keep persons accessing the project site from trespassing on the properties at 245 Scenic and 255 Scenic. And prior to issuance of the building permit, the property owner shall prepare an easement granting the town access for maintenance of the crib wall to a strip of land width to be determined jointly by the town engineer and the building official. And I'm sorry, I think we need a third one as well, which is we do want a drainage system maintenance agreement to be recorded at the County of Marin that will include an exhibit showing the location of all the drainage improvements and setting forth a schedule for maintenance. So it's clear to any prospective buyers in the future that the system does exist and that it does require maintenance. And that would conclude our report.
Any questions from commission for the staff? Laura?
Yes, I have a question regarding fire department access. I know the other recent home that was done just up on Scenic, they had to provide extra parking apron to accommodate a fire department turnout. And I know this section of Scenic Road is really narrow and there's not a lot of areas for parking. So I was just wondering about the fire department.
So, the fire department actually looks at each site, based on its surroundings, and I don't know why they, in this case, did not require anything like that. It may just be that there's the bin wall and the barrier and not really any easy way to expand the roadway, but I'm looking right at their report, and they're just requiring sprinklers. Sometimes they can just use the road. They feel they can just leave the fire truck in the road if there's a fire or an emergency, right? It's approved as noted, and they're not requiring, they say hydrant flow and location to be identified before construction begins, fire sprinkler system required, smoke detectors, carbon monoxide. There's nothing about widening the road.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that.
Any other questions for my left? Norma, Esther? No? Am I right? Michelle?
So Linda, my questions is on so we have got slope instability and a history of landslides. And so I think that the material that's added to the packet clearly creates construction parameters for the foundation and the tie-ins and all of that. What I couldn't see was a lot of detail around slope stability regarding drainage or, and in fact, there was a condition that said that you wanted a slope stability analysis, and the geotechnical evaluation said they did not receive site grading and area drainage, but I just didn't, if you could give me some history, please, on whether the,
Can you tell me what page you're looking at?
I was just looking about 3 different pages.
Okay.
One was, I was looking at the condition of approval that was proposed, where is it? Number 46, and it says a slope stability analysis, that one. And then I was looking in the packet at the Howe Associates report, page 12, where it says that they did not include site grading and area drainage. And I was trying to better understand regarding site instability, whether the dissipator system and the drainage, the hydrology was looked at versus just the foundational system.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding a little bit of the confusion. So they do a drainage study, and then they do the civil engineering drainage plans. There is a drainage plan. It's in the staff, it's in your large set of plans. So you kind of have to go back and forth. You have to read the studies and then look at the plans. So the town engineer is satisfied with what they're proposing. The only question is where the, and you might have the project engineer is here, yes, okay. Address this a little bit more, but, so the only difference of opinion between the project engineer and our engineers was where the drainage dissipation system was gonna go, either above the wall or below the wall. Our engineers don't believe they have enough information on the soil, right, to feel comfortable with it being below the wall. So if they can't provide the studies to show that it can safely go below the wall, our engineers want it above the wall, but they are satisfied with the drainage system as proposed, as long as that one question is answered. Yeah, okay.
I had a question along those lines too. So my understanding, the slope stability analysis would be done before the building permits issued, and that would determine perhaps where the dissipator system is going to go, either in front of or after that retaining wall. Question that I have is, how would this application change based on possible results of the slope stability analysis? I mean, what can come out of that that may have a large impact on this application?
It won't. It's just going to determine whether the dissipation goes above or below the wall. They're satisfied that the wall is adding enough stability. It's just a question of where, so when drainage for projects like this now, you can't increase the normal flow that would continue downhill, right? So they have to slow it down and disperse it slowly over the site. And that the only question, and you should ask the engineer to verify that I'm explaining this correctly, is where that dissipation trench is going to go, whether it's going to go above the wall or below the wall. Yeah. He'll correct me.
Any other questions for staff? No? The applicant here, can you come up and, you have any you want to add to this and then take our questions? Yes. Thanks.
Yes. Let's see, I have actually a PowerPoint thing. And we agree with staff report, so I'm going to be very short on, I'm not going to be redundant on what she went over. I know we all want to get out of here as soon as possible. I have some added 3D images of the design that doesn't change it. That's also on the slide, and I got a copy for each of you.
I'm sorry, can you provide your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Brian Murdoch. I'm the architect and the applicant. The owners, or I'm here with Dan Hughes from DVC Group. He's a civil engineer. And the owners had a predetermined vacation, and unfortunately they couldn't be here tonight. So just jumping right into it, I have got, and I talked to Ben earlier about this, something I want to add and give to you guys firsthand is we got a construction schedule and a Gantt chart to address road closures, things like that. I've got some color chips because I know the renderings sometimes can be a little bit hard to believe. So I just wanted to give those to you guys right now, and you can pass them around while we do that stuff. Is that okay? I have those on the board too. Okay, so as the staff report says, this is a difficult site. In fact, the design is pretty much defined by the setbacks, predominantly the front yard setback and the height limit. Because of the wall, let me see if I can get the hang of this thing. Okay, so here's a simplified site plan. And the front setback is well beyond the bin wall. That puts the combination of the height limit kind of dictates where we started ascending the house down the site. So the massing is defined pretty much by the parking. Linda described the side yard setback variance. So we've pushed the parking all the way up to the back of the property line. And then we've gone down from there. So the first level is the parking and the entry hall. And the second level, which is this thing right there in the deck, that's the living area. And then the lowest level is all the bedrooms. What we've done is to break up the massing and kind of throw some architecture into it, we've broken up the materials to aid in breaking up the sidewall massing with different materials. So we have the gray and the beige, which are the paint chips that you guys are being passed around. So the texture is on the gray walls is vertical board and batten. On these little accents where the stairs are horizontal V-groove siding, painted beige, and then the belly is just a smooth face panel that is also gray. We pulled these colors from a palette of just kind of seasonal colors, grays of the shadows of the hillside and the tree trunks that are all over the place and on the ground. And the beige is the more grassy, summery colors to give contrast and break up this apparently, the bigger masses on the sides of the house. On the west side, we've made the windows smaller and pushed them up to mitigate privacy between, that's our closest proximity neighbor to the west. And so those window sills are, more than 6 feet high, cropping our views down into their property and their views up into ours. On the east side, the other side, we've minimized the windows farther back. That's where we're in closest adjacency to their house, and their house steps away, and as does ours, where we have these bigger windows. And these kind of are the main windows that afford us somewhat of a view through the trees. We looked at, the front of the house is screened by a redwood grove, pretty much down in this vicinity and off-site down here. So we feel that it's not going to be visible from cross canyon views or produce any kind of a lantern effect across the canyon. That's basically it in design. I mean, we kind of have what I like to call the cake effect, you know, to break up the massing and then have similar roof forms to help maintain some consistency. We have the deck rails as open to also make these areas of walls seem bigger. I understand that those might have some privacy issues with the neighbors. We can go either way on that kind of stuff with making them solid to maintain privacy. We're just trying to keep the apparent mass down. The car deck is, you can see from this, is very visible from approaching cars. It's one-way traffic. There's good visibility to pull out of the car deck. We have this portion right here is kind of the steeper slope that's allowed for a parking space. And that's kind of holding us to how low we can press the whole house down the hill. So that's pretty much it for design. Addressing the slope stability and the history of the site, the slide at the bin wall was the major slide that occurred and added to the scarp that was down at the bottom of the site. So we've gone back and forth with both staff and Miller Pacific, the town engineer, on this, including a kind of all hands on deck sit-down meeting with them, and came up with this slope stability wall solution. And that added to the pier and grade beam of the house. They asked that we, because of some of the deeper soils, that we up the calculation values for those piers, which we did a case study on. One clarification, the people have been talking about tiebacks and piers. That's one of the options that are open to us. And as an example of that, we have our grade beams. We would thicken a grade beam and have the tiebacks go. Or we can do deeper, bigger, more robust piers at that enhanced calculation that they're asking for. So we've got multiple solutions available that we're going to address when we go into building and see, because the problem with tiebacks is we can't go into the public right away with the tieback. So, so we're looking at options for that. So we think the pier and grade beam with the enhanced calculations are the better way to go. What these do furthermore is help to, along with the drainage and the back drains for some of the retaining walls that we have, it helps to buttress the site. When this thing fell down, or when the original road before this repair slid, it took a lot of that loose material with it, and that's what's down at the bottom of the site and what our slope stability wall is addressing. And then in regards to the drainage going on top of the wall or below the wall, we're fine with putting it on the top of the wall. That's, so long as Miller Pacific is happy with that. Putting it on the bottom of the wall, they gave us all kinds of criteria on what we would need to do to calc that soil to make sure if it's feasible for that. But it's inconsequential to what we're doing. And let's see. So the thing that you also just got passed to was, this is a very difficult site because of the narrow roadway. So we put some thought into the construction plan and the construction schedule. The owner is also going to be the builder, Dave Bozell. And so we worked together on this plan also with our structural engineer. And what we came up with, this is we want to build a platform that will allow us to, as a phase one, construct a portion of the parking deck first to be our staging area. This is what the platform would more or less look like on our site. This is very similar to our site. We don't have a whole lot of excavation on the site other than the drilled piers. And so this is kind of an excavator thing. We would have to get up to this platform to load, get the initial dirt off the site, or to stockpile it and get it back down for fill. So this is some of the stuff in our arsenal. The first part of the site, we can't get an excavator on site, so it all has to be hand dug. And so that's why we put some thought into the construction schedule. We've made the construction schedule a little bit longer, but the good news is we don't have a whole lot of excavation. Most of the house is sitting on top of grade with the exception of the piers. With that, we've talked to the neighbor down at, 235 Scenic, and he's willing to let us use, for the start of the project, one of his parking deck spaces for a carpool vehicle to get all those workers up on site. Those workers don't need their tools, they don't need their cars. It's going to carpool them from some location as directed by Public Works. The other things we're doing in that construction schedule to keep cars off the road is typically trades that we would stack, like mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We are separating them out. And that's drawing out the schedule a little bit, but those guys need their vehicles on site because it has all their plethora of tools and supplies. So we'll have them come in one at a time at both their rough and finished stages. And so that extends the schedule out. So by extending the schedule out, and right now I think I have a total of roughly 14 months on there, we're trying to reduce, because of the narrow roadway, reduce the amount of cars we have up on site. And also reduce road closures because of any potential traffic jams, things like that. We estimate about 8 road closures total, no more than 2 to 3 hours. 1 for the tree removal, 4 for the concrete pours, and 3 for utilities. 1 to trench the utilities to the road, the other to put in the utilities, and the third to repave. So that's pretty, we felt that construction was a huge, important part to show that the site is buildable. And that's all I got. I'm open for questions.
I had a question. I think you answered it for me. Reading the arborist report had said that he didn't think there was going to be any mechanical excavation.
Correct.
So I just wanted to verify that, because there is while most of those redwood trees are in front of the house on the right, there is one, I think it's redwood tree number 30, that is maybe at the end of their house, kind of closer to the property line, and I was just concerned, with mechanical excavation that would be getting close to that. I know staff, I think we're expecting a tree protection plan?
Yes, to be submitted with the building permit that
Okay.
makes recommendations for when the arborist needs to be on site during the construction. Yeah.
Okay. I was just concerned for that one redwood tree because it was closer to the project than the other ones, that it will be protected from any walking or anything like that.
Yes, yeah, and that we will put together a tree protection plan per the arborist guidelines. The only mechanical equipment is a portable drill rig, but it's not on any kind of a tractor, and those kinds of moving equipment like backhoes and skid steers and those kind of tractor equipment are the ones that really pose the threat to the trees, and we can't have any of those on site. It's impossible. So we will have foot traffic all over the site, of course, and then we'll have tree protection measures, in place for that.
Any questions, Esther?
Yes. I was going to say this is very bold and brave to build on a site like this. It's a very difficult site, and I appreciate the way you've stepped down and broken up the the massing. But I had a question for you about accessibility, especially to the downhill side, for maintenance. Have you thought about creating access or doing something to the building where somebody can actually walk down safely to the bottom because they are going to need to go down there at some point.
So right now, it's all through internal access, and if you look at this board right here, it's also in the plans, but this board, this is the street elevation, and here's the actual elevation once you get past the bin wall, and there is an access door right there that gets us to the back of the house, and then it's through the side yards. There's no space on the site because of the side yard setbacks for a external stair to get down. So that's our primary access. There's also another access on the side through one of the bedrooms. But for service access, they would have to come down through the house to get down to the lower portion of the site.
Yeah, you know, the reason I mention it is because I live on a hillside property. It's not that steep, but it's steep, and it's a real problem for all kinds of maintenance issues, especially when you're dealing with the rodent population and how they can get into your crawl spaces and really wreak havoc. So I don't know, Linda, what can be done about, I know it's not as far as stairs, not proposing stairs, but
They can. You can get there. You just have to take equipment and things,
through the interior.
through the house.
Okay. Okay.
There's also, the sides of the west side. The west side of the parking deck, there is, if you had a heavier piece of equipment, it could be lowered down, having a crew down and a crew up. I mean, there's those kinds of ways, more conventional ways like that, but.
So does that, and I know that fire is going to look at this, but so does that address access? There's that 150-foot maximum distance to the opposite side of the building.
They reviewed and approved the plans.
And they signed off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, if you can get creative, just, I don't know, rings on the side. I would just recommend it not as a requirement here, just because when I try to go down, I was like, I have to hug the wall, so just thinking about your client, I would think about creative ways to get them down or up the sides.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the left? Am I right? Michelle, you have any questions? No questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to open this up now to public comment. Does anyone want to comment on this application?
Oh, thank you. I guess I don't need this thing, but anyway. Okay, I'm George Pickering, and I live at 124 Tamalpais Road, which is diagonal from where this is going to be done. And I owned 118 and 120 at Tamalpais Road at one time for a few months. Anyway, there are a couple problems that I'm standing here, first of all, not because it's anything they do will affect me directly, but they would affect my next door neighbor who is no longer present. He's up in another state. And so he's not here, so I said I'd come in and listen and make comments. About 15 feet below the corner on their lot line here, right about here. My lot would be here, my neighbor's lot at 120 is here, and right about here, there's an abrupt drop of about 8 or 10 feet. There's a sewer line that comes down from the road above, makes a vertical drop of 10 feet. Sorry. There's a sewer line that comes down from Scenic. It makes an abrupt drop where I'm pointing there on the map of about 10 feet. and then it continues on down. That area below the drop is just almost, it's not a cliff, but it's extremely steep. And there are 2 redwood trees right at that point. And if there was any further erosion at that area, those trees would both fall. And those are big trees. We're talking about 18 to 24 inches in diameter redwoods. They're big redwoods. So that is the major issue that would affect my neighbor. It's on his lot. But stabilization of the hill should take into account that those trees would be affected by anything that was changed in terms of the drainage on the hill. I'm not worried. I'm living on apparently a rocky hump, as the drilling bee on page something or else that you have shows, and the 6 drillings that my neighbor had done on his lot after I sold him number 120. Apparently there's a lot of topsoil thickness before you get to bedrock underneath the house at 120, the one that was damaged in 1982 in the spring. By the way, my wife was in the house at the time of that slide, and they came up and made her leave. 4 big redwoods, if you were around at that time, came down butt first as the hill gave way behind it and slid right into the back of the house. There was no foundation under the house. It just it punched right through the rear wall, lifted up the middle of the living room into sort of a tent-like appearance, and shoved the whole house about 3 feet forward, and it got stopped by a redwood tree. So right now that house is jammed up against the redwood tree. It was an adventure. Anyway, the real problem isn't from me. My house is okay, but the neighbor's house and his property would be at some risk if the hill is not stabilized enough. And that's really all I have to say. I think it's great that they're trying to build one. I wish them well, and I'm sure engineering can solve the problems, but I should mention the issue for my neighbor's sake. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Yes, I'd like to say something. Thanks, Commission. My name is Alan Peterson. I live right next door to this property. The architect has done a really pretty design on his house. It looks fantastic, but my concern is the stability of the hillside between our houses. When I first met the architect and the builder, I told him he was planning on building right in the middle of a river of mud. And I'm still concerned that the house itself might be attached to the hillside and be stable enough, but the surrounding area around the building, I think, is prone to moving and sliding. The position of the house already is in the middle of a slide, and the slide's going to go between the houses on either side. So good luck with the drainage. You know, I hope that can be worked out safely. In the reports, it looks, in the reports that you have, I'm looking at the packet that is listed as response to comments for geological, geotechnical, and civil engineering review. In a couple of these quotes, one of them, it says one of them, it says, number 7, we acknowledge that the project likely can be designed to resist damage in the event of future instability as suggested and apparently evidenced by the provided photographs. However, It is not clear that the proposed development will not have an appreciable negative effect on the slope stability. Future instability could result in significant damage to adjacent downslope properties and non-structural elements of this property. In one other, thank you. In one other quote here, where they're talking about, oh, here it is, sorry.
Sir, can you just tell us what report you're reading from and what page?
Okay, this is the response to comments on the engineering review, comments for geologic and
Attachment
geotechnical.
C1?
It is attachment C1, I believe. I got a couple pages here, I'm not positive of the page, but just a short quote here. It talks about, we understand that options of dispersal of the site drainage are limited due to the lack of existing municipal storm drains, and that limits them. But they go on to say that such a system could potentially reduce local stability, especially if poorly maintained. Regardless, we anticipate that the effects of such instability as may be caused by the proposed dissipation system would be limited to impacts on this and the adjoining downslope properties, and essentially result in an issue to be handled among private property owners. So that seems to me to say that when we run into problems later, it's going to be settled in the courts. That I don't like. Anyway, it's a nice looking house, but I don't think it's good for that site to do it safely. Thank you.
I'm Mark English. I live next door at 255 Scenic, and I have to agree with Alan on all of his comments. I think it's a beautiful house. I think they've done a great job of design. They've addressed most of the issues, but I still have issues with the house going on a historic slide. It's as simple as that. I understand that there's a crib wall there that's been built by taxpayer money by the community of Fairfax, and now we have a private owner who gets to benefit from that retaining wall. None of us get that same benefit unless we want to build our own retaining wall. So once that building is in place, you still have areas of slip in that swale on both sides of that property, which could impact my property. So I'm not sure I'm 100% behind this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this project?
Hi, I'm Stephanie McCaffrey. I live at 156 Scenic Road, and I walk past this house almost every day. And I'm really shocked that this lot, which appears to be unbuildable, is being considered as a basis for a house. It appears that the people who have houses below this building site are absent, and they're not able to defend their position from this potential slide. If this construction project is going to go on for 14 months, that goes through the rainy season, and we've had really unpredictable rains. I think that this is a very aggressive engineering project, and I'm really shocked that it's being considered.
Hi, I'm Julene English. I too live at 255 Scenic. And thank you for staying up so late and hearing this out. Our concerns seem common, and what I'm depending on is you who have been through so many property reviews in Fairfax and understand the special geology we have in this township. To require of the builders and the architects whatever reports are necessary to ensure the safety of the neighbors and the properties around. The Fairfax town already put in money to build that huge retaining wall. If you haven't seen it, please drive by and check it out. But I'd like you to take what time is necessary for all of our safety and for the safety of all the neighbors who live uphill and downhill, because it is a one-way road and it's kind of the only way up the hill. So thank you for putting in the due diligence that we depend on.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Scott Bowman. I also live at 156 Scenic Road. And like my wife, Stephanie, I'm shocked and bemused that this is even happening. I had considered it an unbuildable lot as well. And in that sense, I believe that Mr. Bozell has gotten it at very low cost, the lot itself. And I see his operation of building a specification house here as basically a predatory action, sort of like a hostile takeover in business. I think that it benefits none of us except him, and he will benefit economically, as is his right as a businessman. But I'm very bemused and discouraged by it. I think the house is quite ugly, and we live across the canyon from it, and I differ with the architect. I think it is going to accomplish a lantern effect directly towards us. We're not behind those redwood trees. We're behind bay trees that are going to go. And so I'm not looking forward to seeing it, but again, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Finally, I'm apprehensive about the traffic it will generate, and although the mitigation effects described are very responsible and will go a long way, I'm skeptical in particular that the construction people and particularly the subcontractors will observe the one-way restriction on scenic roads. Scenic road is one way going up above 200, and I've already seen them going downhill. I've already seen the people associated with this project just driving right back downhill, and I think all the trades will do it too. They don't live there. I don't think they'll care. The rest of the traffic mitigation sounds pretty good. Sorry to be so discouraged, but that's how I feel about it. I'm quite discouraged, and I would stop it if I could, but I don't think I can. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this project? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for comments. On my left, anyone? Not yet? Laura?
I'll just say that, I mean, I think that there's been a thorough review. I mean, Miller Pacific is a very reputable engineering company, and they, I think, thoroughly reviewed the application. It is a difficult site, and I think that the applicant has provided and responded to all the information that was requested of them. So I don't have anything else to add at this point.
Anyone on my left ready besides Laura? Yet? No? On my right? No? No?
I was taken by the comments that referred to attachment C1 and the quoted response from the civil engineer.
Could I address that?
Oh, I'd love it if you would.
Okay. So I always hesitate to include the history of all the reports from the engineers because the dates can get confusing. but we have to include them because they address different issues. And so that response to comments in C1, that number 1, that was from 2 letters from Miller Pacific ago, dated September 28th. If you read the most recent letter, where they had provided a lot more information, the town engineer says, based on our review, we judge that our significant comments have been addressed and recommend that the project be approved at the planning level. So you have to read them in the order that they're in. And the last one says that they have addressed all their concerns. So.
I think I have a question of staff just about the scope of the analysis that was done regarding drainage and stability of the hill. So I think what you're saying is that Miller Pacific is confident that the construction itself and downslope from the construction is good, but what about the issue that's being raised on the distance between the physical building construction and the adjoining building, or between property lines, or this wall of mud that we've heard about? That, you know, the extent of the analysis is the question that I'm getting at.
So you're kind of asking engineering questions that I'm not necessarily qualified to answer. They can't go on other people's property to analyze, you know, all they can look at is their site, and they have designed a drainage and a foundation system that our engineers have agreed will make the site more stable than it is right now. Right, and the downslope site with these trees and this drop off in the sewer has nothing to do with this property. That's an existing condition. That house has been filled with mud for 20 years. That owner has the ability to get their engineer in to design some ways to stabilize their site. All these people can do is make their site safe, right? And our engineers feel that they have done all they can do, and they feel satisfied that the neighbors are adequately protected. They don't want it, you know, they don't want the town to be sued. Their job is to make sure that things are designed under using acceptable engineering standards to a relative degree where they feel relatively satisfied that it's going to be safe and it's not going to slide. And they feel that at this point.
Through the chair, following up on your last comment, Linda, were you saying, where you just read the most recent findings by the engineers, are you saying that what you just read to us was provided after attachment C1 and C2?
So the date, let's see, the date on that was 1/10. So the response to comments were 1/10, and our engineer's response was January 21st of 2019. So they read the response to comments, and it's their final letter. But I also want to point out that our town engineers went back and forth with the applicants 1, 2, 3, 4 times and requested additional information before they were satisfied.
Okay, so to be more specific, C1, attachment C1 indicates that, sorry, let me find it. C1, page 2, number 7, we acknowledge that the project likely can be designed to resist damage in the event of future instability. However, it is not clear that the proposed development would not have an appreciative negative effect on slope stability. So they have resolved that initial question in a later report to the one I just read.
You might verify with the applicants, there was a meeting between them all, okay? And the final letter, January 21st, 2019, came after these response to comments.
Yes. Okay.
The changes may have occurred during the meeting where they finally agreed upon this stability wall, but here's the engineer that attended the meeting.
Shall I repeat that question, or can you answer that?
Well, I think I could briefly answer, but I'm happy to answer further questions. I think the key is the slope stability wall. And there was a back and forth. Linda was absolutely right. There was a back and forth, and we were working with Miller Pacific to try to figure out how to solve these issues. And the result is the slope stability wall, this wall here, that's coming down here. And so when they wrote their letter in early January, we came back in late January with the slope stability wall proposal, and that's what they've reviewed, and they are, based on that, they're now satisfied that that type of design can solve these issues.
And the only remaining issue based on the slope stability study would be where the dissipator goes.
That's correct. Right now, so if you look here, there's the double line there. I'm trying to keep my hand steady. The big double line, there's the wall, and just below it, there's that line with the dots on it. That's the dissipator. The dissipator is shown on the downhill side of the wall. There's question about whether it's better served to be on the uphill side of the wall or the downhill side of the wall, and that dissipator is my design. I'm okay putting it uphill, downhill, whichever our project geotechnical engineer and Miller Pacific feel is the best solution.
But then the issue of the slope stability for the properties below is no longer in question? Or is that a totally separate issue?
Well, I can't speak to the properties below. I don't know their situation. This site has had issues. This slope stability wall is going to be placed and is going to provide security on all this location and up.
Through the chair, I was just curious if the engineer could comment on how much excavation would be necessary for that slope stability wall.
It's a fairly insignificant amount. The wall itself will likely be 8 inches plus or minus in width, and we haven't designed it yet because that's going to be a building permit level design. But we're talking 8 inches, maybe call it 12 inches, just to be conservative for the sake of this discussion, and whatever depth that they require. And that's all that they would have to remove to do that. So it's a fairly insignificant amount of soil, and we did include that in our earthwork analysis that's on our plans, was the earthwork necessary for that wall.
May I ask a follow-up question? So approximately how, is it basically like an on-grade wall? It's like a little curb, or is there? It's going
to be dug in. It's not a wall being built above grade.
It's not
like you're
like
going to see a big
a
monolithic retaining wall. No, it's not a retaining wall. It's a slope stability wall. So it's intended to go down into the ground to stabilize moving soil.
Okay, so
there
it
may
looks
be
like,
some
so it's on a slant, shall we call it, because it's following the grade.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
We're trying to keep it on one level elevation. So if you look at the contours go in that same slope. So that contour, that's one elevation going across there. The dissipator and the wall are trying to stay at one elevation.
Any other comments? Thank you. Questions? Is anybody ready to? I had one question, actually. One of the residents talked about traffic and some of the workers going back down Scenic as opposed to following the one-way on that. So one of the things, should we get to the point of making a motion to approve this, I would like to see if we could, maybe add some signage up there for workers to help them remember which way to go. So it's clear for folks that because it's not like it screams out right at that location and tells you it's a one-way.
Are you talking like temporary signage?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
during yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see a problem with that. You just have to make sure that its location is acceptable to Public Works, Fire, and Police, right? Yeah.
Is anyone ready to make a motion on this, or do we have a sense that?
I feel that, I feel like we've got a very thorough application, and all of the questions have been vetted. I don't have any outstanding issues, and I would be ready to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I second the motion. She didn't make it, oh, sorry. I thought she was making the motion. Somebody will make.
Would you like to make a motion?
No, I can't.
No, I meant
Oh, yeah.
Laura.
So,
Where's the other, it's over here. I move to approve resolution number 2019-06 for a new residence, a Hill Area Residential Development Permit, encroachment permit, parking and combined side yard setback variance and design review permit for a new residence at 251 Scenic Road, incorporating the corrected conditions outlined by staff, and incorporating Commissioner Swift comment to incorporate temporary signage for, to remind people the direction of travel. I believe there was also number 50, the drainage maintenance system agreement condition, and anyone, if there's any other additional items that I may have forgotten.
You have a second? Oh.
okay.
Through the chair, there's a second resolution on our desk on this project. This is the red line.
Right.
Is the one that's in the packet the one that we're approving?
You're approving the redlined one.
We're approving the red line.
I
so-
added a couple conditions, and now I can't find it.
And another paragraph 50, as Commissioner Caroline referenced.
There we go.
Okay, so you did refer to this one. Okay,
to the
great.
red line one.
Thank you. Just, I missed that.
Okay, now I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
I'm an aye.
You're an aye. Opposed?
I'm in opposition, and I'm recommending denial because I'd like to see the house smaller, because I have an impervious surface concern, particularly about drainage and slide.
And I am also in opposition, mostly because of the drainage issues.
Motion carries. There'll be a 10-day appeal process with a $500 fee to the town. Thank you. So I think based on the time and our approval of the agenda, we can postpone the discussion item on the fencing till the next meeting. So then we want to go to the minutes, approval of the minutes from January 17th meeting. Did anybody have any corrections?
I have a correction to page 7, the item titled Commissioner Rodriguez. So her position has not changed from the last meeting this item was heard on. And the last bullet being modified to read, it is a social equity issue. Larger homes cause increases in home sizes around it and increases of costs of ownership, which reduces affordability.
Any other corrections from the right? From my right? My left? I had one, page 9, the first bullet. I believe hose bid should read hose bib. Any other corrections? Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Planning Director's report.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll keep this brief. The first is to remind everybody, if they have not already done so, the Form 700s are due. And as of April 1, the state apparently can fine people such as yourself $10 a day for every day that's not filled out. The good news is that it should be very straightforward for the majority of you, if not all of you. If you have any questions, I suggest you talk to the town clerk, who's very familiar with how to walk through that. But if you've done it before, and nothing's changed in terms of your financial interest in town, those things, it's possible to fill out the form in 5 minutes. And I'd hate to see you get fined for your civic duty. The cannabis discussion, we're working on addressing the Commission's questions and having the finalized ordinances ready for a resolution recommending it for adoption to the Town Council when your Commission next discusses it. The question is, and I put this to the Commission in an email, whether we think we can do this at the regular meeting date on the 18th, or whether this might take a special meeting. There are many challenges with a special meeting. The first is that in order to do it on the 4th, for example, we would have to have a public notice go out tomorrow. To do it on the 11th, we wouldn't have the services of Assistant Attorney, Town Attorney Charn. If we do it on the 24th or the 25th, it would be very difficult to report any meaningful results in a staff report to the Town Council that has to go out the next day. All this is pointing towards trying to do this on your regular meeting date, and I've checked with Planner Neal, and it appears that we have a light agenda of 2 items, neither of which are new houses, such as your Commission so gallantly reviewed tonight. So my suggestion, if your Commission feels it's reasonable, would be to schedule it for the regular meeting. We could potentially move that up another hour, much as we did last time, and provide food for your Commission so you can skip dinner outside the meeting, if you believe that might be an issue. I dare say the Commission made really good progress on the ordinance last time, and although questions remain, some of those questions actually would not have to be necessarily addressed at the meeting. For example, the scoring criteria, staff anticipates that as proposed, it would be adopted by resolution, and the town council's consideration of the cannabis ordinances would take place over at least 2 meetings commencing in May. So we could, even if we don't get that draft scoring criteria to your commission, which staff hopes we can do so at the April meeting, excuse me, the commission would have ample opportunity to render its opinions about that criteria. So that's a long-winded way of saying we would need to have at least 5 commissioners available for the May 18th meeting. April, excuse me, I'm jumping forward. The April. So, I'm sorry.
Did you get my email that I cannot be here on the 18th or the 25th?
I did not see that today, I apologize.
It was
Okay.
late this afternoon, sorry.
So there's one down. I think actually Commissioner Green, tonight was the meeting that he let us know he wouldn't be able to attend, so I didn't.
He would or would not?
Well, just tonight's, but for the future meetings, I have not heard back from him. I think I may have to resort to phone calls. But if your commission, the remainder of your commission, i.e. 5, is necessary, because in order to recommend a resolution of the council, it takes 2/3 of the commission, which as constituted requires 5. So the question would be, even if Commissioner Fregoso is unable to attend on the 18th, the remainder of your commission hasn't indicated that they would not be able. No, wait a minute, we had one
I have a
person.
conflict
Okay, right.
on the 18th.
That's right, owing to timing.
Yeah,
So
I
it-
won't be able to either, so.
What about other dates then? And I will confirm with Commissioner Green at his earliest ability to find out whether he would be able to attend, which would still.
Is there,
It's gone. You
yeah,
have 4.
it's not going to work, because,
Green here.
right,
Oh, that's right.
because
Excuse me.
Laura's not.
1, 2, 3.
So is it possible to have a meeting on another day other than a Thursday? Is that something you could look at to see if,
Yes,
All right.
we could look at that. It might be, oddly enough, the same week as the Planning Commission's regular meeting. I'm just thinking because the normal week that we'd like to do it, and another option would be to talk to Town Attorney Colson and find out if she would be willing to do the attorney's portion of that presentation. I would prefer to not do that because Assistant Attorney Charn has been integral to the development of the regulations, but at this point, we're simply trying to get through the commission's review in April so that we can achieve the town council's first scheduled discussion of this at their May 1st meeting.
so I guess I would see if what availability this, if it's got to be here, what availability this room has, and then for any time frame, and then poll us on those
Yeah.
dates to see who's
Okay.
available.
For that, I will send out a doodle poll since that's probably the easiest way to cover a variety of dates. And I would appreciate your early attention to that because it's obviously, going to involve logistics.
Ben, did you just say you wanted it to be that same week of our regular meeting, the week of the 15th?
That was a possibility for purposes of being where staff is going to be available and also where there's a possibility of writing staff reports based on the direction
Right.
and the recommendations from your commission.
Okay, I'm not available the 17th, the 18th. I'm not available from the 17th until May 2.
Thank you.
I'm not available prior to the 15th.
Well, that's narrowing it down.
Well, here's another consideration, and this is just freebooting it at this late hour, which is probably not a good idea, but the town manager has indicated he really wants to schedule this for May 1st. I know that ideally, in an ideal world, the commission would be able to have an affirmative resolution requiring that affirmative vote by 5 members of the commission. It's possible, and I will have to go back and see, that a quorum and a discussion would go some ways towards expressing the opinions of the commission, particularly since we understand, just looking at summarizing the discussions and the straw polls that have been taken, there's going to be a split opinion anyway. So the possibility would be schedule it on the regular meeting date, except that we're not going to be able to have a quorum necessary to affirmatively vote on a resolution, but that in theory, 4 of the commissioners present on that date could discuss things. And I will get confirmation whether that works or not.
I would look at, what dates couldn't you be here?
I'm not available until the 15th of April.
So it looks like I would look at the 15th and 16th to see, because that seems to be that time frame, to see if we're available on one of those 2 days. Because right now, I think, as of our last meeting, we had come to resolution on all of the items except one. So I would want us to have a resolution with a draft code to go to the council versus, saying this is what they sort of agreed on and not have any draft to go forward.
I agree. I'm just making sure that the commission has another meeting discussing this between now and May 1st. So I will send out that poll and we'll see what we can put together. But again, your response to that poll in a timely manner would be very helpful. Thank you. And at this hour, that's all I have, unless you have questions.
I have two, do you want to have?
Well, I just was wondering if you could give us an update on the parkade construction project. Or repair project, I'm not sure what it is.
It's proceeding apace. You could probably visually observe what I've been observing, that they're putting in the forms and revamping that area. I'm not sure when they're going to do the resurfacing of the parking lot, but I could tell you that this has been a very hands-on deck effort by particularly Garrett and the town manager and the town public works director. So a lot of controversy, challenges regarding the tree. You've probably been appraised of that.
No, I was wondering what the amber trees.
The liquid amber trees.
Or the liquid amber
Yes.
trees.
Yeah.
They were removed, or no, they were, what happened?
Ultimately, the project adversely affected, I don't have the accurate number, but it's roughly 8. It might be more than that as they get further into the project. One of the challenges with liquid amber is they're very shallow rooted, and if you go into the parking lot, you can see the results of that. And so the issue is can you do a resurfacing where you're cutting into grade without adversely affecting those trees? There's also been some questions about prior maintenance, particularly pruning practices, and then also questions about whether that's an optimal street tree, which, aside from its incredible fall color, it has many challenges for use as a street tree. So the long and the short of it is some of those trees have already been taken out. I'm not sure. There's been a committee that's been convened of members of the council, the town arborist, and others to look very specifically at additional tree removal with an eye towards protecting any trees that they can. And ultimately, they'll end up with some new species of trees out there that will probably be less challenging to maintain in the long run.
The tree committee is on our agenda at our next meeting is to select replacement trees for the 8 that have been removed. We've been given a list of 8 or 10 recommendations from Ray, the arborist, and we had a special meeting last week to discuss the parkade project, and so we're reviewing the different species, and on Monday next Monday we're going to make a decision on what is our choice of the replacement trees for the 8 that have been removed.
Can I put a plug in for the ones with the purple flowers?
What a shock. I also saw some pictures of some of those potential trees with fall foliage, and some of those looked very attractive. Of course, you can never really tell what you get depending on frost relative to rain, but it's certainly, you can see that the factors that go into selecting those trees. There's a lot of really attractive, appropriate trees for future replacement plantings.
And what is the projected completion date? Do you know approximately? This year?
I hate to admit that I heard that and I wrote it down and I can't remember it. Tell you what, I'll get you that information.
I'm just curious. Maybe it's on the website.
I just want to mention that Garrett tells me you're replacing the previously installed electric chargers, and I believe that Transportation Authority of Marin has funding to provide either chargers or installation or grant funds for expansion of EV ports.
Yes, thank you.
So I'd like to know when we're going to get a report on our survey of our downtown for our historical building survey and when that would be on our agenda.
Staff will look into that item and report back to the Planning Commission. I don't have a specific date yet. I know that Cassidy and company have been working on their side, and that we're trying to put something together. It's challenging because it incorporates elements besides strictly historic designations, however that takes place. But they've been working on that, and I will report back at the next Planning Commission meeting.
Because you've been meeting with them, and it would be good to at least get some kind of an update on that project. And then the other one would be a report back on where we are with our prioritization workshop. So if we could get those two things discussed.
Yes, your commission may be aware that the council very recently, I think on the 16th, held their goal-setting retreat in this room and came up with their list of criteria. And so I think given that we went through that exercise with your commission last winter and then went to the town council, and there was a, shall we say, substantial modification or differences between the council and the commission's recommendations. And given the fact that we've been really busy with ordinances, et cetera, this last year, which have taken a lot of time. I think the next meeting on cannabis will be the 14th one. So it's been a little bit, it's kind of like taking the jobs that you're presented with, but.
Oh, and I understand that, but I think, at the time we talked, the idea was that we would do these annually and hopefully make progress on some of those. So this year hasn't been good for doing a lot of that, but I think we should still have a meeting to go over what those priorities were, where we are with them.
Okay.
Just as a...
I completely agree, and we'll look to schedule something.
Anyone else have anything?
I just have a question of staff. On the council retreat agenda, they had an item on how to streamline their meetings. Did they have that discussion? And if so, I'm wondering, whether that's anything that we all have an interest in, is having that discussion.
One of the things that your commission is fortunate to not have to deal with time-wise is an extended public comment period for items not on the agenda. I believe the council will be taking up that discussion at their next meeting, so stay tuned for what they're dealing. I think our town manager reported that the average, they conducted, I think, 20 meetings this last year, 12 regular and 8 special, and their average meeting length was 5.25 hours. So, you know, lest anybody thinks that working as a volunteer in public service is an easy task, even, you know, at a town level. It's incredible the demands it makes and the commitment that those, and your commission as well, have to your community, and which I applaud.
Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're out of here.
Good night.